Chapter 1107 Daddy. I really miss you so much. _5. What is cats and dogs going ashore? Du Jiao came over with a puzzled face and asked. Zhao Yu said, cats and dogs going ashore is an idiom. Du Jiao furrowed her brows. How come I've never heard of this idiom before, second brother? Have you heard of it? Grandpa Du shook his head. None of you have heard of cats and dogs going ashore? I thought I was the only uncultured one. Turns out, you are even less cultured than me. Finding two people even less knowledgeable than herself, Zhao Yu laughed smugly. Let's see who dares call her dumb now. What cats and dogs going ashore? Anew came over and smacked Zhao Ye's head. It's called assuming an air of decency. Du Jiao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So it's assuming an air of decency. Zhao Yu rubbed her head innocently. Is it assuming an air of decency? But Grandma clearly taught me cats and dogs going ashore. She remembered it as cats and dogs going ashore. How did it turn into assuming an air of decency? Anew, if you want to piss off Grandma, just say it directly. Zhao Yu huffed and turned to look at Grandpa Du. Then you're guilty of assuming an air of decency. Zhao, you're becoming more and more impolite. Anew raised her eyebrows slightly. Zhao Yu said, it was Xiao Wang who was impolite first. I was so warm-hearted, and not only did he not appreciate it, he also made a fuss about how men and women should be different. We're all grown men, what's there to be shy about? Hearing this, Du Jiao laughed even more joyfully. Oh my God, what a character your daughter is. Anew patted Zhao Ye's head. Zhao, you have to remember, your gender is now female. Haven't I told you before, you can't be too casual with men in the future, or else others will think of you as a girl with no self-respect. Anew didn't know how many life lessons she had taught Zhao Yu, but whatever Zhao Yu memorized earlier would be forgotten soon after. Now there's a bunch of young lads in the village who had all become her brothers. Her social skills are wide-reaching. And when it matters, those boys really don't see her as a girl. Zhao Yu exclaimed indignantly. I'm not like that with others, only with my own people. It's very clear that Xiao Wang doesn't see me as one of his own. Grandpa Du stepped forward to explain. Don't misunderstand, I'm just not used to being too intimate with the opposite sex. Let it be, Zhao Yu waved her hand. Do I look like someone who would be so petty? Du Jiao nudged Aneyang's arm laughing. Hey, beauty, honestly tell me, where did you find such a treasure? No way, I have to pick one up for myself too. She's just too funny. If there were a Zhao Yu in Daming Pavilion, then it wouldn't be so quiet all day long. Sister Jiao, I wasn't picked up. I was born to my mom. Zhao Yu said. Du Jiao looked at Zhao Yu with a smile. Little duo, you call the beauty mom, and the beauty calls me Sister Jiao, so what do you think, can you really call me sister? According to familial seniority, you ought to call me auntie. Zhao Yu was somewhat speechless. She had just gotten a little aunt, and now here comes a big aunt. Why is her familial status so low? Zhao Yu quickly thought it through and said with a smile. Sister Jiao, you're so young, so pretty, you could even be my little sister, how could I possibly call you auntie? Du Jiao has always loved being praised for being young and beautiful, and getting praised like this, she would get carried away. Exactly. Duo, I think you make absolutely perfect sense. As they spoke, Zhao Yu somehow became the older sister, and Du Jiao the younger sister. Grandpa Du, Anew. If this were in a future era, Zhao Yu would definitely be a top salesperson. She simply has the gift of the gab. After sweet-talking Du Jiao, Zhao Yu secretly asked Grandpa Du for something to eat. What would you like to eat? Zhao Yu looked around and saw that no one was there. Anew had also gone with Du Jiao to get something from the room, and she whispered, candy. She, like little Anew, truly loved candy too much. She could eat several pounds of it in a day when not eating regular meals, which led Anew to impose a candy ban at home. Only one piece of candy per week. 1 piece a week, only 4 per month. This really tantalized Zhao Yu. Doesn't your mom let you eat it? Grandpa Du asked. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up. How did you know? The next day, Anew and Zhao Yu set off for M Country. As Wu Daming was in M Country as well. It was Shangguan de Hui who drove them to the airport in the morning. When they arrived in the USA, it was already the next morning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108 Daddy. I really miss you so much. _6. The person picking up at the airport was Mo Qishan. After a long time of not seeing Mo Qishan, Xiaoyu appeared extremely excited, and as always rushed over, Dad! Seeing the person charging straight at him, Mo Qishan was a bit dumbfounded. If he hadn't misheard, this person was even calling out, Dad! Dad! Since when did he have such a grown daughter? Isn't this person a dimwit? Mo Qishan hastily used Wu Daming to shield himself. Xiaoyu hugged Wu Daming tightly, exclaiming emotionally, Daddy, Dad! I've missed you so much. Wu Daming, now a joyous father. At that moment, Yang also approached, and Mo Qishan embraced her in a hug. Yang. Brother Mo. In an instant, Mo Qishan let go of Yang and pointed at Xiaoyu, who was hugging Wu Daming and calling him Dad. Right, Yang, who is this? Yang thought about it earnestly. You might not believe it, Brother Mo, but this is your daughter. Ah, daughter? Mo Qishan was stunned. It was also at this time that Xiaoyu realized she had hugged the wrong person and pushed Wu Daming away with disdain. Why is it you? Where's my dad? Wu Daming. Life is too hard for me. Dad. Upon spotting Mo Qishan nearby, Xiaoyu reached out, wanting to hug him. Yang, quick on the draw, stopped Xiaoyu. You crazy boy, just hug me, will you? Mo Qishan looked on, utterly bewildered by the two of them. Yang turned back to Mo Qishan. Brother Mo, let's talk over there. After saying this, Yang continued. Duo, I'll discuss something with your dad over there. You and Wu Daming wait here for me. Don't run off. Wu Daming, keep an eye on Duo, the silly kid doesn't speak English. Okay, I got it, sister-in-law, Wu Daming nodded. Yang took Mo Qishan to the rest area, candidly telling him about Zhao Ye's situation. Brother Mo, don't you think this is all very fantastical? She said. Mo Qishan nodded. Indeed it is a bit, but if it's the work of Uncle Dus Buddha beads, then it's not so fantastical after all. Those beads have changed Uncle Dus' fate. Mo Qishan had known Uncle Du for a long time. He was privy to many secrets unknown to others. Really? Yang seemed surprised. The Buddha beads changed Uncle Dus' fate? Mo Qishan nodded again. However, this is also Duo's good fortune. Yang went on to say, Brother Mo, haven't you always wanted a daughter? How does it feel to be a dad now? Mo Qishan touched his nose. It's all right. If only this daughter didn't look like a nitwit, that would be even better. After a good while, Yang and Mo Qishan returned to their original spot. Xiaoyu, curious, asked, Yang, what were you and my dad talking about? What secrets? You talked for so long. Yang smiled and said, we were discussing how to sell you off later. Xiaoyu shrugged. I don't believe you. Would you really sell off someone as adorable and outstanding as me? Wu Daming quietly tugged at Mo Qishan's sleeve. Brother Six, is she really your daughter? Yes, Mo Qishan assured with a serious nod. Wu Daming continued. Brother Six, you're not joking with me, are you? Mo Qishan countered. Do I look like I'm joking? This is my daughter, my own flesh and blood. Wu Daming scratched his head. This is just too incredible. This uncle here, I bet you're just jealous of my dad, having such an outstanding son like me. Xiaoyu said to Wu Daming. Uncle? Wu Daming was shocked. I'm only 25 this year. Wait, that's not right. Aren't you a girl? Xiaoyu cracked a slight smile, smacked her chest and declared. Me. A man. Pure and simple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109 Coincidences Make a Story, guys? Still pure? Now, not only is Daming a bit confused, even Mo Qishan is a bit bewildered. Mo Qishan slightly lowers his eyes. Yang, is this our son or our daughter? Apart from looking like a girl, Zhao Ye's words and actions are more masculine than men's. For a moment, Mo Qishan can't believe his own eyes. Yang confidently says, it's a daughter, only that this kid is a bit silly. Really a daughter? Really? Yang nods. Mom, what are you and Dad talking about? Zhao Yu hugs Yang's shoulders. Yang smiles and says, we adults are talking, you're just a kid, why intervene? I'm not a kid. I'm already 18. Zhao Yu says. In human society, 18 is already an adult. In terms of age, she is only a year younger than Yang. Yang pats Zhao Yu's head. In your mom's eyes, even if you're 80 this year, you're still a child. I will always be your mom, behave. Zhao Yu. Mo Qishan turns his head to Wu Daming. What do you think of my daughter? Wu Daming hesitates, then says, it seems a bit sloppy. The airport is full of blonde and blue-eyed people from M country. Zhao Yu looks at them, her eyes filled with curiosity. Dad, I think they look like Emily. Zhao Yu had seen Emily once before when she came to Beijing. Zhao Yu continues, why aren't our eyes blue but black? I think blue eyes are prettier than black ones. Mo Qishan helplessly rubs his forehead. Ask your mom. Mom. Zhao Yu turns her head to Yang. Yang smiles and explains, eye color depends on the iris color. The more pigment in the iris, the darker the color of the eyes. If the color of the iris is very light, the color of the eyes will also be very light. Blue eyes have much less pigment than ours. Actually, our Chinese eyes are not black, but dark brown. Hearing this, Zhao Yu looks at Yang with admiration. Mom, you are so amazing. Yang modestly says, just average, slightly more amazing than your dad. Zhao Yu elbows Mo Qishan. Dad, can't you show some pride for us guys? Mo Qishan. The group leaves the airport and heads to Mo Qishan's manor. This manor, unlike a castle, is located in the downtown of M country, covering an area of nearly 3,000 square meters, utmost luxury and flamboyance. Zhao Yu is like a bird set free, running around the manor. After dinner, Mo Qishan accompanies Yang to meet the agent, leaving Zhao Yu in the manor. After meeting the agent and signing the contract, Yang visits a few stores to check the accounts for the first half of the year. Currently, Ice Jade Skin has 6 stores abroad, with a first-half income of $110,000, converted to about 900,000 renminbi, plus some domestic stores and real estate. Yang is now a little rich lady. Not to mention other stores, just those real estates are enough for Yang to live worry-free for a lifetime, sitting at home collecting rent. Moreover, Yang remembers that in the downtown of M country, the property prices were speculated high in the future. Holding so much money and not buying a house seems wasteful. Brother Mo, I want to buy a house here. Do you have any good places to recommend? Mo Qishan, knowing that Yang's thoughts are quite advanced, she never wants to depend on anyone. Even if he has many houses, Yang would not want them. Of course I know, come, I'll take you. Okay. In M country, the most popular are Villati. A 600 square meters Villati in the 80s costs $30,000. Yang buys 2 Villati in one breath. In this era, buying a house locally can directly handle immigrant procedures for residency. But Yang refused this service. In this lifetime, she will always be Chinese. After buying the Villati, Yang and Mo Qishan go to a scenic area and purchase a luxurious seaside house. In a blink of an eye, $110,000 is gone. However, Yang doesn't feel the pinch, because the future income from these properties will definitely be much more. The seaside sunset is magnificent. Yang and Mo Qishan walk shoulder to shoulder on the beach. The setting sun stretches their figures long, the beach crowd, coconut trees, neon lights, have all become the background. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:10 No coincidence makes a book _ 2. Mo Qishan carried Yang's shoes in one hand and held her hand with the other. Yang, look at that person. Which one? Yang asked. Mo Qishan continued. The one wearing a blue jacket and holding something like a black brick. I see him. Yang nodded. Mo Qishan said, that's called a wireless mobile phone. Next year, Guangguan will establish the first batch of wireless telephone systems. Once mobile phones become popular, we can stay in touch anytime, anywhere. Wireless phone? Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, realizing that the first mobile phones had entered China in 1987. In fact, The mobile phone was not initially known as a mobile phone. Its original name was a wireless mobile phone. This name originated from the Cantonese and Hong Kongers' way of jokingly referring to gang leaders. In some early Hong Kong movies, mob bosses frequently appeared on screen with mobile phones. Hence people began to jokingly call these mobile phones as Big Brother phones. After a while, more people started calling it that, and it became the Big Brother phone. Moreover, the Big Brother phone was invented as early as 1972 and had already been popular for many years abroad. It just hadn't entered China until then. After the Big Brother phone, technology will advance further, our motherland will become stronger, and phones will get thinner. Ni Yang's lips curved into a smile. If Guangguan uses it well, I believe it will soon be popularized in Beijing. A good communication tool can solve many unnecessary troubles. Ni Yang's business was growing bigger and bigger, and in an era with undeveloped communication information, it was often really frustrating. Fortunately, technological progress was becoming faster and faster. Mo Qishan nodded. I predict that we will be able to use mobile phones at the beginning of the year after next. Ni Yang said with a smile, mobile phones are convenient, but they're too big and not easy to carry. This type of mobile phone must weigh about 2 or 3 jin, right? Ni Yang remembered that the earliest mobile phones weighed around 2 kilograms, which was like 3 boxes of milk, the weight of a large brick. Mo Qishan nodded. These mobile phones are indeed quite heavy. However, humanity is progressing, technology is developing, and I believe that just like pagers, this is only the beginning. It will get better and better. Once mobile phones become widespread, pagers will be eliminated. Similarly, one day, mobile phones will also be replaced by even more convenient products. Mo Qishan was full of hope for the future. Ni Yang nodded. Yeah, brother Mo, you're right. She was from the future, and she knew mobile phones were just the beginning, but Mo Qishan was different. Mo Qishan was from this era, and for him to have such foresight was truly remarkable. Ni Yang was glad she knew Mo Qishan, as there were basically no barriers in their communication. Whatever topic it was, Mo Qishan had his unique insights, and his perspective on issues was quite profound. She remembered one time when she spoke with him about country's moon landing in '69. Mo Qishan said that China would also venture into outer space in the not-too-distant future. If not for the wars that invaded and delayed China, one could only imagine how much further ahead it would be compared to country. However, except for dress issues. Like today, coming to the seaside, Ni Yang wanted to wear a swimsuit to swim in the sea, but Mo Qishan firmly opposed it. After much picking, he chose a swimsuit so conservative that even old ladies would not look twice at it, and in the end, he wrapped her tightly with a large silk scarf. So now, she was still draped in the large silk scarf. Just then, an elderly couple with white hair passed by Ni Yang. The old lady was coughing severely as she walked, her eyes red from coughing so hard. Because of the discomfort, she nearly tripped over a large stone. Be careful, Ni Yang said quickly, steadying the old lady. The old lady caught her breath and looked up to thank her, but before she could speak, her eyes suddenly brightened, and then she covered her mouth and started coughing violently again. The old man thanked her. Thank you, beautiful lady from the Orient, God will bless you. It's no trouble. Ni Yang smiled slightly. May I ask where you are from? The old man continued to ask. Ni Yang replied, I am from Beijing, China. The old man nodded. Beijing is a nice place. We went there 13 years ago. Do you know Kong City? I know of Kong City, but I've never been there. Kong City was not only far from Beijing but also far from Dam Village, where Ni Yang used to live. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1111 No Coincidence Makes a Book _3. Oh, I see. The old grandfather looked down at the old grandmother beside him. Let's go. The old grandmother nodded. Ni Yang wondered if it was her imagination, but she thought she saw a hint of disappointment in the old man's eyes. Was she mistaken? Ni Yang watched the backs of the two elderly people, somewhat distracted. Mo Qishan said, Yang, what are you looking at? Ni Yang glanced back slightly. Nothing much, just that those two elderly people seemed a bit odd. How so? Mo Qishan asked. Ni Yang said, the way they looked at me was strange, hard to explain. I don't know them, so maybe I was mistaken. Words may be spoken without thought, but they can have intentional implications. Emo-chishan looked in that direction, squinting his eyes. The sunset cast a shadow on his face, adding a touch of mystery and nobility. We're not going back tonight. Let's stay by the sea. I'll call Duo later and let her know, Emo-chishan continued. What about Duo? Anew asked. Emo-chishan put his arm around Aneyang's waist. Wu Daming is there. Nothing will happen. That's fine, Anew nodded. Then I'll have someone book the rooms. Emo-chishan turned his head to Anew. Yang, how many rooms should we book? What do you think? Anew raised an eyebrow slightly. Emo-chishan thought seriously. I think one room is enough, since we even have a daughter now. Sure. Anew nodded. Emo-chishan paused. Really? Is that okay? It depends if you have the courage, Anew said in a light tone. She knew Emo-chishan too well. Although he often joked around, he truly wasn't very brave. Then I really will book just one room. Okay, Anew nodded. You decide. Anew suddenly being so agreeable made Emo-chishan feel uneasy. No, wife, we agreed you'd make the decisions at home, so you decide how many rooms, I'll listen to you. Anew smiled at Emo-chishan. Big brother Emo, is that all the courage you have? Emo-chishan touched his nose. Actually, he was bolder than he let on, enough to scare himself sometimes. But ever since meeting Anew, his boldness seemed to have diminished as if a spell was cast on him. In the end, Emo-chishan didn't dare to book 2 rooms. In a corner of the beach. Son of a bitch. A frail girl was surrounded by a group of people with superior skin tones. They spat on her, insulted her with vulgar words, and told her to leave their country. This was racial discrimination. The girl, with her black hair and white skin, was extremely conspicuous among the people of M country. Despite growing up in M country, due to her different skin color and features, she had faced much disdain her whole life. Feeling they had humiliated her enough, the group finally left. After the group left, the girl squatting on the ground picked up her backpack and slowly stood up, tears on her face. Martha, are you okay? Did those bastards bully you again? A girl with an Asian face of the same age ran over from afar. Martha shook her head. Adele, I'm fine. I've been used to it since I was young. Adele frowned slightly. Martha, how many times have I told you? Only if you are tougher and more formidable than them, they won't dare to bully you. You need to bravely raise your fists. If you keep on like this, they will only push you further. When Adele first came to M country as a child, her situation was even worse than Martha's. Later, her grandparents hired a coach who taught her some self-defense moves. After years of diligent practice, she finally got out of that predicament. Now, if anyone dares to bully her, she can make them eat dirt in minutes. Martha pursed her lips and remained silent. She was different from Adele. Adele was smarter and braver. Compared to Adele, she felt utterly useless. Adele sighed, stretching out her arm to embrace Martha's shoulders. If they dare to bully you again, just mention my name. Let them come at me if they dare. Bullying the weak shows no real skill. Come on, I'll take you home now. Thanks to Adele's escort, no one dared to bully Martha along the way. After taking Martha home, Adele returned to her own residence. Adele is back. As soon as she got back, her grandfather gave her a warm hug. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11-12 No coincidence makes a book _4. Grandpa. Where is Grandma? Adele asked. Adele's grandfather Jonathan said, Your grandmother is sleeping in her room. I'll go check on her. Okay. When Adele entered the room, she realized something was wrong. Did they come again today? They Adele referred to was her grandparents' nephews. She was not the biological granddaughter of her grandparents. Like Martha, at the age of 3, she was adopted by her grandparents from China. Her grandparents' predecessors were excellent capitalists, leaving behind substantial wealth. As her grandparents' health deteriorated, and they had no descendants, their nephews and nieces started eyeing the inheritance, almost causing trouble every few days. Grandmother Luana nodded from the bed. Adele said angrily, That's too much. How can they bully old people who are defenseless? Grandpa and Grandma, if they dare to come again next time, you call me home, and I will make sure they leave in disarray. Luana shook her head. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. The person we're truly worried about is you. Ah! Adele was startled. Grandmother Luana continued. We are getting old and might pass away any day now. We're afraid those people will trouble you after we're gone. Adele was all alone in this place, without anyone to support her. If both of them were gone, Luana worried she might end up on the streets. After all, this is M country. Adele was a foreigner and at any time, the locals wouldn't side with a foreigner. Adele patted her chest and said, Don't worry, Grandma and Grandpa, I'm very capable. They won't be able to bully me. Look, I'm fine now, aren't I? Grandfather Jonathan sighed. They don't dare to touch you now because they are wary of us, but once we are not here, you might suffer. You are the person we are most concerned about not leaving behind. It's okay, really, it's okay. Adele hugged her grandfather, then hugged her grandmother. I can protect both of you, as well as myself. Grandmother Luana went on, Your grandfather and I have discussed it, and the most important thing for us to do now is to find your biological relatives. Only by finding her relatives would Adele have someone to rely on. Adele sighed. After such a long time, can we still find them? Even if we do, would they recognize me? The education in M country is very different from that in China. As an abandoned child, under her grandparents' upbringing, she held no resentment towards her biological parents. In fact, she very much wanted to find them. To facilitate an eventual reunion with her relatives. Over the years, her grandparents had been teaching her Chinese culture and language. Grandfather Jonathan said, They will recognize you, they definitely will. Your grandmother and I have decided that in a few days, we will set off for Kong City in China. Without finding Adele's birth parents, he and Luana truly couldn't be at peace. With the protection of her birth parents, they could leave this world more peacefully. Am I coming along too? Adele asked. Grandfather Jonathan nodded. Yes. That's great. Having left China at the age of 3, Adele only had a vague memory of it, remembering just that the people there were warm and that there was not such severe racial discrimination. But if I go back, what about Martha? Adele was also worried about her good friend Martha. Jonathan spoke earnestly. People have to grow up. Martha can't always live under your protection. This could be a good opportunity for her to find her own space to grow. Okay. Adele nodded. Then I need to use this time to teach her some self-defense. What the family didn't know was that their nephews and nieces had heard their entire conversation. A bearded burly man angrily pressed the switch. This is outrageous. Those two old fools actually want to leave our family's wealth to an outsider. No way. A short-haired woman with elaborate makeup stood up from the chair. We absolutely cannot let this happen. What should we do? They are about to go to Kong City in China. A chubby man sitting in the corner spoke. The bearded burly man continued. Well, take a trip to Kong City too. No matter what, we can't let the wealth fall into the hands of an outsider. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:13 No coincidence makes a book _5. The fat man said, I think we need to plan this out slowly. I actually have an idea. A cunning look flashed across the short-haired woman's eyes. What? The bearded burly man asked. The short-haired woman continued. Doesn't Adele want to find her biological parents? Let's let her find them. What do you mean? The fat man squinted his eyes. The short-haired woman waved at the two men. Both men immediately understood and walked over to her, leaning in their heads. The short-haired woman whispered to them. Upon hearing her words, a sinister smile appeared on both men's faces. The fat man continued. No delay, we should head to Kong City tomorrow and arrange everything beforehand. Yes, the other two nodded. You're right, we'll depart tomorrow. The next morning, Ni Yang and Mo Chishan returned to the manor. Zhao Yu said, Mom, you are too biased, going off to have fun with your man secretly and not taking me with you. What did you call me? Mo Chishan looked at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu shivered inexplicably, feeling a bit guilty. That's what Mom calls you when you're not at home. After speaking, Zhao Yu quickly raised 3 fingers. I won't call you that again, I swear. Yang laughed at Zhao Yu. Look at you, you're just like your dad in character. Zhao Yu said, like father like son. Who told me to be my dad's real son? Right, Dad? Qishan took a sip of his milk. I don't have such a disrespectful daughter. Zhao Yu corrected, Dad, you mean disrespectful son. Duo, you are a girl now. Yang reminded Zhao Yu. Who says? Zhao Yu firmly said, I have always been a real man. Even purer than real men. Since Kong City doesn't have an airport, Adele and Jonathan had to deplane in Beijing, then take a green skin train from Beijing to Kong City. Grandma Luana was not in good health, and riding the airplane exacerbated it. She was immediately taken to the People's Hospital of Beijing upon alighting. The chief doctor said, currently, Western medicine is unable to cure the patient's illness, but you could try traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? Adele asked puzzledly, what is traditional Chinese medicine? Although she had studied Chinese culture over the years, she hadn't touched upon medical issues. The doctor continued, traditional Chinese medicine is China's inherited medical skills, passed down for thousands of years. Coincidentally, I know a young divine doctor, but unfortunately, she is not in the country at the moment. However, you might consider visiting Dr. Wang, who is said to be that divine doctor's mentor. Adele smiled. That's wonderful. Could you give me Dr. Wang's address? Of course. Led by the doctor's instructions, Adele brought her grandmother to old Dr. Wang's home. After taking the pulse, old Wang stroked his beard. This is a case of disliking cold. Disliking cold? What do you mean by that? Is there a cure? Jonathan asked impatiently. Old Wang continued, simply put, due to internal obstruction of heat pathogens, essential yang energy is blocked, leading to symptoms. Because the patient has not received the correct treatment up until now, the condition has worsened. If you had come a month earlier, I would still have been able to cure her, but now there is nothing I can do. Adele's face changed. So what can we do now? Isn't there anything you can do? Old Wang said, I can only relieve the patient's cough and physical pain. How much longer do I have? Luana looked at Old Wang. Old Wang signaled 6 with his hand. Luana's face changed, covering her chest. Only 6 days left? Adele and Jonathan were also shocked. Old Wang shook his head. 6 months left. Hearing this, Luana breathed a sigh of relief. 6 months is enough. With 6 months, they definitely can find Adele's biological parents. After speaking, Luana continued, Can you alleviate my pain? Yes. Old Wang nodded his head. Luana said, Thank you so much. Having endured the torment of illness for days, she was truly fed up, and the prospect of 6 months of normal life made her very happy. Adele couldn't accept that her grandmother only had 6 months left, hugging Luana. Grandma, I won't let you die. As people from M country view life and death rather casually, Luana smiled and said, In China, there is an old saying, everyone dies in the end, birth and death are just mundane parts of human existence, it's nothing to fuss about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:14 No coincidence makes a book _6. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang looked at Luana with some surprise, only then realizing that the two elderly were foreigners, while this young girl had the face of a Chinese. Elder Wang prescribed several traditional Chinese medicines for Luana, advising her to rest and assuring that her symptoms would ease within 10 days. As per Luana's wish, they decided to stay in Beijing for a few days, taking the opportunity to explore the capital of China. The next day, Luana, holding a map, led her grandparents to the Great Wall. The Great Wall was magnificent. Standing atop its ramparts, Luana was in awe and took many photos of her grandparents. Then she handed her camera to a passerby. Could you help us take a picture, please? Sure, no problem. The passerby took the phone. Just as the passerby pressed the shutter, he ran off with the camera. Adele was startled at first, but then quickly reacted and chased after him shouting, Catch the thief! Catch the thief! The thief ran desperately, quickly outpacing Adele. Adele was panting heavily. Just then, a young man in a trench coat suddenly dashed over from the side and swiftly subdued the thief to the ground with a neat capture move. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted all around. "Comrade! Hey, race your camera." He tossed the camera to Adele. Adele caught the camera and said, "Sir, thank you so much. God will surely bless you." Finding her manner of speaking a bit odd, the young man looked up at Adele. Adele continued, "My name is Adele Jansen, from M country. You can just call me Adele. May I ask the name of the brave sir who helped us?" "Shangguan Su." Yes, this man was none other than Shangguan Su. "Mr. Shangguan, thank you." Adele bowed deeply to Shangguan Su. Drawing one's sword to help at the sight of injustice is a traditional virtue of China. No need for thanks. After saying this, Shangguan Su left with the thief in tow. Adele watched Shangguan Zu's retreating figure, her eyes filled with sparkling stars. So handsome. She had never seen someone so handsome before. Those weaklings in M country couldn't compare to him at all. Since finding her relatives was urgent, Adele and her grandparents left Beijing by car more than a week later and headed to Kong City. During that week, Adele visited the Great Wall many times but never encountered Shangguan Su again. After staying in M country for about 10 days, Ni Yang and Zhao Yu returned to China. Mo Qishan could not return to China for the time being. He had to wait until Mo Baichuan's wedding day. During those 10 days, Ni Yang took Zhao Yu to many tourist sites in M country, and even rode in Mo Qishan's private plane with him. Zhao Yu exclaimed, "I didn't realize my dad was so impressive." Because of the rumors heard in Beijing about Mo Qishan, Zhao Yu had thought Mo Qishan was just as unsavory as the rumor suggested. It turned out not to be the case at all. Her dad was the most awesome dad in the world. A dad who made the big shots in M country pale in comparison. Ni Yang patted Zhao Yu's head and coughed lightly. "Am I not impressive as well?" Zhao Yu smiled. "Impressive. Both of you are very impressive. I want to be as formidable as you someday." Ni Yang gave a thumbs up. "Go for it. I believe you can do it. But kid, you really are a girl." Zhao Yu replied, "I don't care, I am a boy anyway." Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrows but didn't say much more. Coincidentally, just as Adele and her grandparents settled in Kong City, they discovered a missing daughter poster on a telephone pole next to their inn. Moreover, the information on the missing daughter poster virtually matched Adele's situation. 16 years ago, unable to provide for their daughter, they had sent her to an orphanage. 3 years later, the daughter was adopted by a foreign couple. Seeing this, Jonathan excitedly said, "Adele, this must have been posted by your biological parents." Adele frowned slightly. "This is too coincidental. Plus, they clearly knew I was adopted by you. Why would they post this here? Shouldn't they have posted it in M country instead?" Jonathan said, "The Chinese often say that a coincidence speaks to destiny. Maybe this is fate. As for why they posted the notice in Kong City, perhaps they thought we were settling here. No one else knows we came to Kong City." To prevent others from sabotaging, they had deliberately concealed the news of going abroad. "Is that so?" Adele was still somewhat in disbelief. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:15 The appraisal result. They are biological sisters. How should I put it? Adele always felt that this was too coincidental. They had just arrived in Kong City, and this family in Kong City started looking for their daughter? Jonathan continued, "Isn't there an address on this? Let's go take a look." "Isn't this too rash?" said Adele. Jonathan said, "If we were just recognizing relatives like this, then indeed it would be too rash, but after we confirm the situation, we still need to do a paternity test." "Don't worry, Adele, with a paternity test, we won't recognize the wrong person." Luana nodded, "I think your grandfather is right. Now with a paternity test, we're not afraid of recognizing the wrong person." Hearing this, Adele also breathed a sigh of relief. The three went to the address listed on the notice looking for the daughter. As soon as these three left, 3 blonde-haired blue-eyed people from M country appeared behind them. If Jonathan were there, he would definitely recognize that these 3 were his nephew Danton, Albert, and his niece Beth. Beth removed her sunglasses, the corner of her mouth curving in an arc. "Hooked. Albert, it's your turn now." Albert said with a smile, "Don't worry, leave the hospital to me." Danton said, These two old folks would never dream that we are in control of everything. Adele and her grandparents visited the family from the notice looking for their daughter. This was a very common worker family, currently with 3 sons and 1 daughter. According to them, Adele was their 5th child and the youngest, and they sent Adele to the orphanage due to various reasons at the time. "My 5th child, my poor girl, Mom finally found you." The middle-aged woman claiming to be Adele's biological mother, Xianxia, hugged Adele and sobbed with excitement. Adele, being hugged, was somewhat at a loss. Is this really her birth mother? Something felt a bit off. The middle-aged man claiming to be Adele's biological father, Wang Qingshan, was holding Luana and Jonathan's hands, expressing gratitude. Thank you for raising my 5th daughter to adulthood," Jonathan said. "Sir, please calm down a bit. Right now, we only suspect that Adele is your child, but whether she truly is your child, we can only be sure after a paternity test." Wang Qingshan cried. "She must be our child. Of course. They say blood is thicker than water. Both my wife and I can feel it." Xianxia also said, Yes, we can feel it." Adele, supporting Xianxu's shoulders, said, "Auntie, please don't be so emotional, the results are not out yet, I might not be your daughter." The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Adele didn't want to let herself down, nor did she want to disappoint this middle-aged couple. Xianxia, while wiping away tears, said, "My 5th child, you are my 5th child. 16 years have passed. Mom finally sees you. You don't know how much Mom missed you these years. I dreamt about you. 5th child, you've grown up. And you've become beautiful. My 5th child is so good-hearted. Now you even know to come back to recognize your mother." Luana, who had been silent, finally spoke. "We should go to the hospital first." Xianxia said, "My 5th child is really my daughter. If you don't trust us and must go to the hospital, then let's just go." Eventually, everyone went to the hospital together. They had to wait for the results of the paternity test, which wouldn't be immediately available. That evening, upon the enthusiastic invitation of Wang Qingshan and Xianxia, Adele and her grandparents stayed for dinner. All 3 sons and the daughter of Wang Qingshan and Xianxia also came back. Jonathan observed carefully. Although the Wang family's living conditions were not good, the couple still offered the best they had to host them. The meal had fish and meat. According to Jonathan's understanding, ordinary families currently could only afford to have meat on festive occasions. It seemed they truly attached great importance to Adele, their long-lost daughter. After dinner, Wang Qingshan and Xianxia personally escorted the 3 to the inn. After returning home, the eldest son Wang Li said, "Mom and Dad, I remember that our little sister had a birthmark the size of a bowl on her face, but that child raised by foreigners doesn't seem to be our little sister, right?" The Wang family indeed had a young daughter who was abandoned, not because they couldn't afford to raise her or because of other reasons, but because this young daughter had an ugly birthmark on her face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:16 Appraisal Result. They are biological sisters. _2. "She is your little sister," Xianxia said after taking a sip of water, her tone full of conviction. The second son, Wang Yi, said, "I also remember that our little sister had a scar on her face." The third son, Wang Jia, nodded as well. Xianxia continued, "From today on, forget about the scar on your little sister's face, and don't mention it to anyone else." "You mother is right," said Qingshan. "That girl, what's her name, Adele, is your little sister." "Honey, what's that girl's name again?" Xianxia replied, "Her name is Adele." Qingshan nodded. Yes, Adele." "Why though?" Wang Yi frowned slightly. "She clearly isn't our little sister. This is unfair to the real little sister." Xianxia explained, "This Adele has been raised overseas since she was young. I've heard that the people who raised her were those 2 old men and old women. They are capitalists in a foreign country, also known as entrepreneurs. They have about a dozen factories in M country, with total assets of several billion yuan. If Adele becomes your little sister, maybe in the future, they can each appoint one of you 4 siblings as a CEO, and you can work in an office. All you'd have to do is count money every day." Xianxia wasn't a fool. Those foreigners were trying to conspire against her, but they weren't cunning enough. They were using her, But wasn't she also using them? Once they claimed Adele as their daughter, they wouldn't have to worry about the rest of their lives. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi widened his eyes. My God! Adele's family is so wealthy? That's right. So from now on, Adele is your sister, and you are her real brothers and sister. If you have nothing else to do, visit Adele more often and cultivate the sibling relationship. Their family is so rich that even a bit of spare change from their pockets is enough for our family to spend. Wang Yi said excitedly. All right. Mom, if you had told us earlier how wealthy they were, we would have treated Adele even better just now. The fourth daughter, Wang Rui, asked, Mom, how much is several billion yuan? Wang Rui wasn't well educated and didn't have a good concept of money. To her, several billion yuan was just a number. Anew thought for a moment, then said, several billion yuan can buy 100 airplanes flying in the sky. 100 airplanes? Wang Rui exclaimed. Oh my gosh, Adele's family is that rich. Ordinary people can't even afford to fly on a plane, yet Adele's family can buy 100 airplanes. They must be extremely wealthy. Looks like one should never judge a book by its cover. Anew continued. Do you still mind that she is your sister? Wang Rui shook her head hurriedly. Not anymore, not at all. How could she complain when their family is so rich? Then Wang Li pitched in. Since they have so much money, Mom, how much do you think she will give us? Anew replied, if they have 10 billion yuan, then they should give each of you at least 1 billion. Adele is their daughter, Luana and Jonathan don't have children of their own, and eventually, all of that wealth will belong to their family. What if they don't have 10 billion yuan? Anew added, then they'll give you several tens of millions each. Don't worry, Adele is your sister, and her money is your money. Once the relationship is set here, we'll have her buy houses and cars for our family. So, does that mean I won't have to work anymore? Wang Rui suddenly became excited. Anew nodded and spoke with a look of longing. Of course. Not only will you not have to work, but we'll also have nannies to take care of us. That's fantastic. Wang Li suddenly realized something was off. Wait, weren't they supposed to do a paternity test? With today's advanced technology, what if the test shows Adele is not our little sister? This Adele wasn't really their child, and Wang Li found the matter to be rather mysterious. Anew smiled and replied, you don't need to worry about that. Someone has already arranged everything. Wang Li asked, Mom, what's really going on here? He couldn't help feeling that Adele's arrival was too abrupt, and besides, why would their parents post a notice searching for their daughter? None of this seemed to make sense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:17 Appraisal Result. They are biological sisters. _3. Anew continued. There are some things you don't need to know too clearly, you just need to wait peacefully for the wealthy days ahead. Wang Qingshan nodded in agreement. Your mother is right. Hearing this, the children did not ask further. Meanwhile at the inn, Jonathan asked Adele how she was feeling today. Adele replied, nothing special, but they were quite enthusiastic. She had known since she was a child that she was adopted by her grandparents and had never met her real relatives. Seeing the Wang family now, she did not feel as excited as she had imagined. Jonathan smiled and said, indeed, they are very enthusiastic, Adele. I feel like they are your biological parents. During this time, spend more time with them and develop your feelings. Luana nodded, your grandfather is right, they are your only relatives in this world. Adele hugged Jonathan and Luana. Grandpa and Grandma, no matter when, you are my family. Silly child, we can't be with you for so long. One day, you'll have to return to your own relatives, and only then can we depart peacefully. Jonathan and Luana's plan was to transfer all of Jonathan's properties and the factory to Adele once she found a dependable support in China. Since Adele was still not an adult, transferring the properties to her name without finding her relatives would risk her custodianship falling to Danton, Albert, and their niece Beth after their departure. Jonathan and Luana didn't trust these three people. It would be different if they were Adele's real parents. Thus, Jonathan and Luana were so eager to find Adele's biological parents, to provide her with a reliable support. The next day, Li Yingyue brought a bunch of delicacies for Adele and affectionately called her fifth child. Adele felt a bit uncomfortable and said, "Auntie, just call me Adele." Li Yingyue said, "Fifth child, I really am your mother. Even though the identification results haven't come out yet, but believe me, as a mother, my instincts are not wrong. Fifth child, you can't call me mom now, and I don't blame you. After all, I didn't raise you when you were little. Now that you're willing to acknowledge me, your mom is already very happy. Look what mom brought you. This is pork floss, these are dried apricots, and this is pear soda. To buy these delicacies for you, mom even spent all the savings at home." Savings? Adele frowned, a bit puzzled. What do you mean by savings? Li Yingyue paused and looked up at Adele. She had thought that Adele was smart but realized that Adele didn't even know what savings meant. No wonder she could be deceived so easily. "Savings means money," Li Yingyue said. "Fifth child, these are the delicacies mom bought for you with money saved up over half a year. You can't get these overseas. Are you really short on money?" Adele hadn't paid attention when money wasn't mentioned, but now that it came up, she noticed Li Yingyue was wearing patched clothes. Li Yingyue had deliberately worn torn clothes that day. "Yes, our family lacks money. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sent you to the orphanage back then." Seeing her cry so sadly, Adele lowered her head, pulled out a stack of cash from her wallet, and handed it to Li Yingyue. "Auntie, take this for your expenses." Li Yingyue was surprised and feigned refusal. "Silly child. I haven't raised you for a single day. How can I have the face to spend your money now? I don't want it. Take your money back." Adele stuffed the money into Li Yingyue's pocket. "It's okay, take it. I'm not short of money." "Good child, fifth child. You really are mom's sweet child. Mom didn't dote on you for nothing." Li Yingyue cried as she hugged Adele. The next day, Li Yingyue brought Wang Rui, the fourth daughter, to visit Adele. Wang Rui had no other skills, but when it came to flattery, almost no one could match her, and she had a very thick skin. "Sister, your clothes look so nice. I've never worn such nice clothes from childhood till now." As she said this, she sighed. "Seriously, I really envy you. You've lived so well abroad. When I was young, I was never full or warm, let alone such nice clothes. I've never even worn new clothes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:18 Appraisal Result. They are biological sisters. _4. Adele smiled. "If you like it, you can have this dress." "Really?" Wang Rui was overjoyed. "Aha," Adele nodded. Wang Rui immediately packed the dress into her bag. "Then thank you, little sister." It seems that Li Yingyue was right. This Adele really is too naive. She deserves to be deceived by them. Having tasted a bit of sweetness, Wang Rui immediately picked up a pair of shoes and said, "Little sister, these shoes are also nice. They're made of real leather, right? They must be very expensive." "Actually, my dream is to buy a pair of real leather shoes. But unfortunately, our family is too poor, we can't afford real leather shoes at all." Seeing how distressed Wang Rui was, Adele thought it was just a pair of shoes, and it wouldn't matter if she gave them to her even if Wang Rui wasn't her sister, especially since she had many pairs of shoes. "These shoes are yours too," Adele said. "Okay, then thank you, little sister." Wang Rui immediately took off her cloth shoes and put on Adele's new shoes. Adele looked at Wang Rui's feet and said, "My shoes seem a bit small for you." Afraid that Adele might change her mind, Wang Rui hurriedly said, "It's all right if they are a bit tight." Decades ago in China, people still practiced foot binding. Foot binding is definitely more painful than wearing shoes that are slightly smaller. If the shoes are nice, being a little small doesn't matter at all. After putting on the shoes, Wang Rui took an interest in Adele's handbag and jewelry, again following the same pattern, and Adele felt too embarrassed to refuse, so she gave all those things to her. This trip was quite a gain for Wang Rui, and on the way back she excitedly said, "Mom, that Adele is just like a fool. She gives me whatever I ask for. Let's come back again tomorrow." Li Yingyue said, "Tomorrow I'm bringing your eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law over. It wouldn't be fair if you were the only one to benefit." Hearing this, Wang Rui sighed with disappointment. "If I knew this would happen, I would have asked for more today." Li Yingyue smiled and said, Don't worry, Adele will be your sister from now on. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wang Rui nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. The next day, Li Yingyue indeed brought the eldest and second daughter-in-law to visit Adele. The two daughter-in-laws, having heard that their younger sister-in-law Wang Rui took home quite a bounty yesterday, did the same today. Oh my, fifth little sister, your watch is so beautiful. Fifth little sister, your necklace is really nice. I've never worn such a beautiful necklace in my life. Fifth little sister, your bag is also pretty. Adele was so bothered she ended up giving those items to them as well. In the following days, Li Yingyue came almost every day, and every time she left with quite a few things, even not sparing facial skincare products. At night, Adele said with some frustration, Grandpa, Grandma, how much longer will it take for the appraisal result? Jonathan said, about another month or so, these things can't be rushed. Adele nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today is the 18th day of the 6th lunar month, also the day Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong get married. To give Zhao Jingrong a grand wedding, Mo Baichuan had been preparing for more than 4 months, even arranging for over 20 wedding cars and hundreds of thousands in betrothal gifts, booking the largest wedding hotel in Beijing. At today's wedding, all the big shots of Beijing were present. Xiao Yingying was very excited. Cousin, Mr. Mog is coming today, right? Mo Baichuan glanced at Xiao Yingying helplessly and shook his head. He had said many times that he didn't know Mr. Mog, but Xiao Yingying seemed not to understand. Seeing Mo Baichuan not speaking, Xiao Yingying became even more excited. Mr. Mog will come, right? I knew Mr. Mog would certainly come. Zhao Jingrong, standing next to Mo Baichuan, curled her lips slightly. Xiao Yingying could never have dreamed that the Mr. Mog she was obsessed with was standing right next to her. But from today onward, Mr. Mog would belong to her. Completely belong to her. From now on, she would be the most conspicuous woman in Beijing. At the wedding, the guest list was extensive, but Mo Baichuan looked around for a while and did not find Ni Yang. Did Ni Yang dare not come, or has she gone behind the scenes to cause trouble? Definitely gone to cause trouble. After all, the person Ni Yang cares about is him, and the person she wants to marry is also him. So Ni Yang would certainly not let today's wedding go smoothly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11-19 Appraisal Result. They are biological sisters. _5. Mo Baichuan squinted his eyes, a confident gleam passing through his gaze. Soon, Mo Baichuan finally caught sight of Ni Yang. She was dressed in a jade green cheongsam, hooking her arm on Mo Kishan's, slowly walking their way. The glazed clasp at her chest quivered with her steps, resembling ripples on water, captivating and enchanting. Looking at Mo Kishan by her side, dressed simply in a white shirt and black suit pants, his aura was unapproachable. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing a stretch of strong fair arms. One hand in his pocket while the other gently wrapped around Ni Yang's waist. Although he is known in Beijing as a good-for-nothing, at this moment, their heavenly appearance brightened everyone's eyes. If Xiao Yingying didn't know Mo Kishan so well, she might have thought this good-for-nothing was Mr. Mog himself. Unfortunately, Mo Kishan was nothing more than an empty shell. With this thought, the curve at the corner of Xiao Yingying's mouth turned into deep disdain. This famous but useless Mo Kishan wasn't worth a second glance from someone as noble as her. Ni Yang and Mo Kishan took their seats at the elders' table. During that time, Mo Baichuan kept his eyes on Ni Yang, but there wasn't the slightest hint of emotion on her face. She maintained a calm demeanor from start to finish, as if she wasn't concerned about the wedding at all. Seeing this, Mo Baichuan slightly furrowed his brow. Wasn't Ni Yang jealous at all when she saw him prepare such a grand wedding for Zhao Jingrong? Was she brewing some major scheme? Yes, surely that was it. He couldn't believe that Ni Yang would give up on him so easily. After all, she had come to Beijing entirely for him. Although the wedding seemed to be going smoothly, there might be a conspiracy progressing stealthily. As long as Ni Yang was here, the wedding couldn't possibly end without a hitch. But Mo Baichuan waited a long time without any incidents. What was going on? The wedding was almost over. Could it be that Ni Yang was planning to cause trouble during the toast to the elders? Mo Baichuan squinted his eyes and after all the proceedings, went with Zhao Jingrong to toast the elders. Uncle 6, Aunt 6, this cup we toast to you, he said. Ni Yang and Mo Qishan also raised their glasses. Ni Yang, with a ready smile, pulled out the prepared token money and said, My dear nephew and niece, may you have a child soon and let Uncle 6 and I become grandparents early. Thank you, Aunt 6. Zhao Jingrong took the red envelope. Mo Baichuan squinted his eyes again. Ni Yang could still smile at this moment. Could it be that there was something fishy in that red packet? Or maybe, was there a miniature bomb inside meant to kill Zhao Jingrong? The thickness of the envelope could certainly fit a miniature bomb. With this thought, he quickly snatched the red packet from Zhao Jingrong's hand. Baichuan, what's wrong? Zhao Jingrong was startled. Nothing, Mo Baichuan said while opening the envelope. Upon opening it, Mo Baichuan was stunned because, besides money, there was nothing else inside. What was going on? The wedding banquet was about to end. Was Ni Yang just watching him marry Zhao Jingrong? Baichuan, what's wrong? Zhao Jingrong asked with concern. Nothing, Mo Baichuan shook his head. Just a bit dizzy, probably drank too much. Zhao Jingrong knew Mo Baichuan was overly focused on Ni Yang, beyond the concern a junior should have for an elder, but she didn't point it out. Because she knew, as Mrs. Mogg, she would have to face all kinds of temptresses in the future. She didn't care what kind of man he was outside. All she wanted was to stand by Mo Baichuan's side. Back in ancient times, which influential men didn't have multiple wives and concubines? Why don't you drink less later, and let me handle it? No worries. Mo Baichuan waved his hand. Until the wedding banquet ended smoothly, Mo Baichuan saw no incidents occur. It was agonizing. Seeing Ni Yang's smiling face was truly unbearable for Mo Baichuan. Could it be that he had mistaken her feelings all along? Did Ni Yang really not like him? Was Mo Qishan the one Ni Yang truly liked? But Mo Qishan was just a good-for-nothing. Why would Ni Yang like him? He was the first to meet Ni Yang. Ni Yang came to Beijing for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:20 Appraisal Result. They are biological sisters. _6. Why did things turn out this way? Or did Ni Yang have a trick up her sleeve? Mo Baichuan drank glass after glass, almost not refusing any, until he finally drank himself under the table. Zhao Jingrong recalled her mother's advice. She said that only a child can tie a man's heart. So she must try her best tonight. She was going to bear Mo family's eldest grandson. Although Zhao Jingrong had long known that Mo Baichuan's true affections lay elsewhere, what she did not expect was that in the heat of the moment, the name Mo Baichuan called out was that of another woman. In that case, she had to try even harder. After the wedding banquet, Mo Qishan drove Ni Yang back. Yang, our big nephew is married now. When shall we also go get our marriage certificate? Ni Yang leaned back in the car seat, her tone lazy. You're still in the trial period, what's the hurry? Mo Qishan said, then when can I finish this trial period? There has to be a deadline, right? Ni Yang glanced at him. When I'm in a good mood, you'll be done with the trial period. Aren't you happy now? Mo Qishan countered. Ni Yang smiled and said, have you done anything to make me happy? Mo Qishan barely lifted his lips into a smile. Not yet, but I will soon. Ni Yang turned her head looking at Mo Qishan. I'll be looking forward to it. Don't let me down, Mr. Mo. When have I ever let you down? Mo Qishan countered. Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Now that she thought about it, he really hadn't. She had no idea what big thing Mo Qishan was planning. Elsewhere, in Kong City, the results of the paternity test had come in, confirming that Adele was indeed the daughter of Wang Qingshan and Li Yingyue. Upon seeing the results, Jonathan and Luana both breathed a sigh of relief. Adele having a support in China meant they could leave without worries. Wawawa, you see I told you, you're my dear daughter, and I'm your real mom. Fifth sister, after all these years, you can finally return to your roots. Every member of the Wang family was extremely excited. Who wouldn't be thrilled to find a walking golden mountain? Wawawa, now that it's confirmed you're a daughter of our Wang family, are you going to move back in and live with us? Wang Qingshan said. Li Yingyue immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, Wawawa, you've been separated from Mom and Dad for so many years. Now that Mom and Dad have finally found you, you should stay by our side and let us take care of you. To make up for all those lost years. Adele was somewhat overwhelmed. Were these people truly her dad, mom, and family? Why did she feel so out of place? But paternity tests don't make mistakes. Wang Rui continued, although I really hope fifth sister can come back to live with us, our home is too small, dirty and broken. I'm afraid it would be too humble for fifth sister. Wang Li nodded, I think fourth sister is right, our home is too run down. How can we let fifth sister live in such a place? As soon as he said this, Wang Li added, how about we all chip in to buy a bigger house and bring fifth sister over to live with us? While saying this, Wang Li looked at Adele and sighed. Fifth sister, it's my fault for not being capable. I don't even have the money to buy a house. I've let you down. By the end, Wang Li's eyes were red. Jonathan was moved by Wang Li's words. How much more do you need for the house? Since we're all family now, we'll cover the money. Wang Li's eyes lit up immediately. Grandpa Jonathan, actually we already had our eyes on a villa. There are many people in our family, only a villa would fit us, but the villa is really too expensive. How about you just buy us a regular residential house we can squeeze in, just as long as it's not too shabby for Wawawa? How much is needed for the villa? Jonathan asked. Wang Li hesitated. A lot, about 100,000 or so. 100,000 was but pocket change to Jonathan. Jonathan smiled. No problem, let's go make the payment now. Wang Li was over the moon. He hadn't expected Jonathan to agree so readily. This capitalist sure was different. The family arrived at the sales office, and Jonathan immediately picked out a villa over 1,000 square meters. Wang Qingshan and Li Yingyue were ecstatic. They were just ordinary workers and never dreamed that they would be able to live in a villa in their lifetime. Among the happy were Jonathan's 3 nieces and nephews. Now all they had to do was wait for Jonathan and Luana to transfer all the assets to Adele's name. Once the old couple passed away, they would become Adele's guardians, naturally regaining control over the assets. As for Wang Qingshan and Li Yingyue, they had no blood relation to Adele. Legally, their relationship could not be recognized. The Wang family was like a bottomless pit, asking for houses then cars, finishing with cars then asking for drivers, also wanting a nanny, their demands ever growing, completely unabashed. In just a few days, the family of 6 lived like nobility. Wang Jia, the third son of the Wang family, was an educated man. Mom and Dad, isn't it a bit improper for us to continue like this? Li Yingyue gave him a cold look. Wawawa is my own dear daughter, can't I enjoy the blessing of my own daughter? It's a daughter's duty to honor her parents. In Li Yinyu's eyes, all these treatments and things were rightfully hers. Adele is her dear daughter. Wang Jia frowned but said no more. Jonathan and Luana also felt the greed of the Wang family. But no matter how greedy they were at least better than their nieces and nephews. After all, they were Adele's biological parents and wouldn't do anything to hurt her. Greed wasn't a big problem as long as Adele had a support system in China. After the wedding, Mo Qishan stayed in China instead of going abroad. Morris, still no result on that matter? In the office, Mo Qishan looked impatiently at Morris. Morris shook his head with difficulty. Not yet. Just then Marcus burst in excitedly. Sir, the results are out. How is it? Mo Qishan looked up. Marcus held the document in his hands. You guessed right. Miss Adele is indeed Miss NIS' long-lost sister. Here are the test results. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1121 Retribution. Recognition. Let me have a look. Marcus handed the identification results to Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan took the document, skimmed through it rapidly, then asked, Where is this Adele now? Arcas continued, They are now in Kong City. Marcus took the opportunity to explain the situation of Adele's 3 cousins. Mo Qishan nodded slightly. Okay, I got it. After saying that, Mo Qishan rushed out with the identification results in a hurry. The weather was nice today, so Ni Yang also joined the flower planting team. When Mo Qishan arrived at Jinghua village, Ni Yang was waving a hoe, fertilizing the wild roses. Yang. Brother Mo, why are you here? Anew slightly looked up, her already pale forehead almost translucent under the sun, with the bright sunlight behind her. Mo Chishan was briefly stunned, then jogged over. Yang, I have some good news to tell you. What good news? Anew raised her eyebrows slightly. Mo Chishan said, something that will make you very happy. At this, Anew suddenly remembered. This man had promised her a surprise half a month ago. Let's hear it. Mo Chishan handed the document he was holding to Anew. Open it and see. What is this? Anew puzzled as she opened the document. Upon seeing the content of the document, Aneyang's usually calm face gradually turned into surprise, and she hugged Mo Chishan excitedly. Oh my God! Brother Mo, you aren't joking with me, are you? Do I look like someone who wouldn't take this seriously? Mo Chishan held Anew and spun her around on the spot. Put me down quickly. I need to tell my mom this good news. Mo Chishan released Anew. Anew, holding the document, ran into the house. Mom! Your mom is at the factory, Yang. What's making you so happy? Grandmother Zhang smiled as she walked down the stairs. Anew was now a career-oriented woman, spending at least 7 to 8 hours in the food factory every day. Her factory now produces not only spicy sticks but also Haching specialty snacks, which are very popular in the market. Anew said, Grandma, Brother Mo helped me find my third sister. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Zhang was stunned. What? Anew repeated. Grandma, we found my third sister. Oh my goodness. Really? Grandmother Zhang was both shocked and delighted. Really? Anew nodded, handing the document to Grandmother Zhang. Look, this is the identification result. Grandmother Zhang took the document, her hands trembling. Found it. Really found it. Where is your third sister now? Grandmother Zhang continued to ask. Anew looked at Mo Chishan. Brother Mo, where is my third sister now? Mo Chishan said, she is currently in Kong City. Kong City, Grandmother Zhang continued. Kong is over 300 miles away from here. Sixth, how did you find this child? Meanwhile, Grandmother Zhang was also worried, wondering if this child might end up like Wu Yenyun, ultimately leading to hostility, which would be unfortunate. Mo Chishan went on to say, the third sister, Adele, was adopted by grandparents in M country since childhood and came back to the country 2 months ago to look for relatives. Mo Chishan succinctly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Then we need to hurry to Kong City to authenticate the child. Absolutely must not let that family deceive her. I'll call my mom and dad now. Then I'll quickly spread this good news to your grandfather and your grandmother. After receiving the call, Anew rushed back from the factory, her eyes red with excitement. Yang, you're not joking with your mom, are you? Xiaoma really found your third sister? Anew nodded. Really? Anew continued. That's great. Really great, Xiaoma. Thank you for caring so much about our family. Mo Chishan smiled. We are all family, Aunt. You're being too formal. Anew wiped away tears excitedly. Right, we are all family. Anew continued. Brother Mo said that third sister Adele in Kong City mistakenly recognized the wrong parents. We need to hurry over and bring her back. Grandfather Zhang and Grandmother Zhang said, we are going too. Shangguan Dehui said, Dad, Mom, you are older, a long journey might be too taxing on your bodies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1122 Retribution. Recognizing each other _2. Anew smiled and replied, my dad is right, Grandpa and Grandma, there's no need for you to go. Mo and I will just follow them over. Hearing this, old Master Zhang had to abandon the idea. All right then, go early and return early. Your grandma and I will wait for you at home. Okay. Anew nodded. Kong City is 300 kilometers from here. You can drive there. No need to take the train. Without delay, they quickly packed a bit and set off for Kong City. At this time there was no traffic jam, the road was clear, and they arrived at Adele's current residence, a villa, in about 3 hours. The door was opened by a nanny. Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? Does Adele live here? Young asked. You're looking for Miss Adele, she's not at home right now, the nanny replied. Are Mr. Jonathan and Mrs. Luana at home? Young continued. The nanny was just about to reply when a young man walked out from inside the villa. Who is it? The young master. They're looking for Mr. Jonathan and Mrs. Luana, the nanny turned around and respectfully said. This young master was the Wang family's eldest son, Wang Li. Wang Li looked at the people standing outside with disdain and said, This area is a high-class villa district. Mr. Jonathan and Mrs. Luana are not people that you poor folks can just expect to meet on a whim. You should look in the mirror and see what you even look like. Wang Li had been an ordinary worker before, and now that he was finally above others, of course, he wanted to display his authority. Meeting Jonathan and Luana wasn't going to be that easy. Who is it? Hearing the noise outside, Wang Rui also came out. Wang Li closed the door. Just some poor folk, ignore them. Wang Rui continued. Do you know where Grandma Luana went? What do you need her for? Wang Li asked. Wang Rui said, I'm out of money, asking her to give me some to spend. Then I'm out of money too, she's not at home right now, shall we both go ask her tonight? Wang Li suggested. Okay. Wang Rui nodded. This family had already started treating Jonathan and Luana as their personal ATMs, stretching out a hand for money whenever they were out of it. If Jonathan and Luana refused, they would throw tantrums, saying unpleasant things, becoming increasingly outrageous and unbridled. For the sake of their granddaughter's stable future, the two old folks had no choice but to swallow their pride and endure. Wang Li turned Young and the others away. Young couldn't be tough with him, after all, they were here asking for help. What should we do now? Tsuehua said anxiously. They had finally made it to Kong City, but who would have thought they'd be met with a closed door? Shangguan Dehui comforted her. Dia, don't worry. Now that we're here, we'll definitely be able to see Yang Yang. Young looked at Mo Chishan. The person just now, could it be the one who's been posing as Yang Yang's family? Mo Chishan nodded. It looks very likely. According to the investigation, the family posing as Yang Yang's relatives has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Wang Li. The second, Wang Yi. The third, Wang Jia. And the fourth, Wang Rui. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the eldest, Wang Li. Young raised her eyebrows slightly. No wonder I felt he didn't look like a good person. Mo Chishan spoke in a detached tone. To be precise, none of the people in this family are good. At that moment, the pager in Mo Chishan's pocket beeped. Mo Chishan took out the pager and then said, Let's wait here for a bit, Mr. Jonathan and Mrs. Luana will be back soon. Really? Tsuehua asked eagerly. Yes, Auntie, the message I just received should be correct, Mo Chishan affirmed with a slight nod. The message Mo Chishan received was accurate, and about 7 or 8 minutes later, a pair of elderly people with graying hair, walking with canes, approached. Yang, that's Mr. Jonathan and Mrs. Luana. Mo Chishan lowered his gaze to Young. Upon seeing Jonathan and Luana, Young was stunned for a moment, recognizing them immediately from their previous meeting in M Country. No wonder during their last encounter in M Country, Young felt that the old couple's gaze on her was somewhat unusual. The reason lay here. Mr. Jonathan, Mrs. Luana, hello, Young greeted them with a smile. Jonathan and Luana, upon seeing Young, were also stunned. Oh my goodness! It's you, the beautiful young lady. Luana went up to Young, gripping her hands in excitement. I really didn't expect to see you here. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123 Retribution. Recognizing each other _3. Young smiled and said, Maybe this is fate. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Mo Chishan, this is my father, and this is my mother. Nice to meet you. Mrs. Luana, I'm finally seeing you, Tsuehua said as she shook Luana's hand, her expression somewhat excited. Luana was a bit confused and also surprised. The last time she saw Young, she felt that Adele and Young looked somewhat alike. Now seeing Tsuehua, she thought Kuihua's eyes were exactly like Adele's. If it wasn't for the fact that Adele had already found her biological parents, She would have almost suspected that Anew and Adele were mother and daughter. Anew continued, Mr. Jonathan, Mrs. Luana, we have some things to discuss with you. Do you have time now? If you do, I know a really nice cafe nearby. Anew had noticed the cafe on the way here. Luana looked at Jonathan, who nodded. A few of them set out for the cafe. The cafe had a great atmosphere, very suitable for discussing matters. Anew didn't beat around the bush. After explaining the purpose of their visit, she directly took out the DNA test results. This is the DNA test report, please take a look. Jonathan and Luana exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and confusion in each other's eyes, before picking up the DNA report. After looking at the DNA report, Jonathan said incredulously, How is this possible? What's going on? We've already done a DNA test and Adele is indeed the daughter of Anew and Xianxia. How could there be such a DNA report now? This was too strange. In these two families, surely one was lying. But which one was it? Wuxia then took out another document. As to what exactly is going on with that DNA report, I think your nephew Albert, Danton, and your niece Beth should be very clear about it. Wuxia paused, then continued. This is their travel records, and judging by the dates, they arrived in Kong City half a month before you did. What? Jonathan stood up in surprise. They came to Beijing too? Wuxia nodded, tapped his fingers on the table with a casual posture, yet exuding a powerful presence. Luana picked up the document and her eyes widened in shock after seeing its contents. The document clearly recorded the travel dates of Albert, Danton, and Beth, and even detailed what they did each day. Who are you? Luana looked up at Wuxia. Although this young man looked young, his capabilities were not to be underestimated. After all, these were cross-border travel records. Not just anyone without influence could obtain them. Wuxia replied indifferently, I am Wuxia, you can call me Xiaoma. Jonathan turned his head to look at Wuxia. Mr. Mo, why should I believe you? And how do I know these documents aren't forgeries? I think these should provide proof, Wuxia said slowly as he took an envelope from his bag. Jonathan immediately opened the envelope, which contained color photographs. The backgrounds of the photos were in a hospital office, and the people in them were the doctor and Albert. These photos documented the entire process of Albert bribing the doctor. If you don't believe me, there's also these, Wuxia continued, taking out some additional materials. Looking at what Wuxia took out, Jonathan and Luona's expressions turned very ugly. Anew and Shangguan Dehui, sitting opposite Wuxia, were stunned. Neither of them had expected Wuxia to come so well prepared. If Wuxia hadn't prepared in advance, their trip might have been in vain. It seemed that Wuxia had put a lot of effort into this matter. After looking through all the materials, Jonathan and Luana sighed. They never imagined that their daily lives were being monitored by their nephews and nieces all along, and that they were completely under their control. Seeing the changing expressions on the faces of the two old people, Wuxia continued. Do you believe me now? We believe, Jonathan nodded. Forget the copious evidence. Even without it, just the fact that Adele so closely resembled Anew was enough for them to believe. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1124 Retribution. Recognizing each other _4. As soon as he finished speaking, Jonathan continued. Those three bastards. I will never let them go. My wealth, they won't get a penny of it. Before this incident, Jonathan had thought about leaving some wealth to his nephew and niece. But now, he doesn't even want to leave them half a penny. Wuxia smiled faintly. Cleaning the house can be postponed, but the top priority now is to reunite Adele with her own family. Right, you're correct, Jonathan nodded. Let's head back to the villa while we talk. Okay. The group left the cafe and headed back toward the villa. When they got back, the Wang family had already eaten. Wang Qingshan and Anew were lying on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Seeing Jonathan and Luana bring some strangers back, they said somewhat unhappily, Why bring back just anyone? Our home is not some refugee shelter. Also, we have already eaten. You can check the kitchen to see what's there and find something to eat by yourselves. Now, Li Yingyue was not afraid of Jonathan and Luana, because she is Adele's biological mother. If Adele wanted to have a support in China, she must please them. 3 sons and a daughter of the Wang family came over from the other side, stretching out their hands asking Jonathan and Luana for money. Wang Li, seeing Anew and the others, suddenly felt they looked familiar and squinting his eyes said, "Why, it's you again? How did you get in again? Weren't you told to scram? Is this a place for you to come?" "The ones who should scram are you." Jonathan, unable to bear it anymore, slammed the table. "What did you say?" Li Yingyue suddenly jumped up from the sofa, jumping 3 feet high, and said excitedly, "You tell us to scram? Adele is our biological daughter. You have no right to tell us to scram." Jonathan angrily said, "Liars! All of you liars! Do you really think I don't know the truth? Mark! I'm here." Mark ran over. Jonathan continued, "Call the police. Arrest these swindlers." Mark nodded. "Okay, please wait a moment." Mark was the butler Jonathan brought over from M country, and was very loyal to Jonathan, never doubting his orders. Now, Li Yingyue and Wang Qingshan were somewhat panicked. Has Jonathan gone mad? Why call the police all of a sudden? He certainly doesn't seem to be joking. What the heck is going on? Could it be that Jonathan and Luana, these 2 fools, really know something? How did they find out? Li Yingyue quickly said with a smile, "You're just joking with us. We're all family, why call the police?" Exactly, Wang Qingshan followed along. Jonathan didn't want to argue with them, sitting on the sofa waiting for the police to come. Seeing that Jonathan stopped speaking, Li Yingyue sighed in relief. She thought Jonathan was definitely joking. She is Adele's biological mother. How could Jonathan really call the police? The 3 sons and daughter of the Wang family did not take this matter to heart either, continuing to ask Luana for money. Watching the Wang family's attitude, Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui slightly frowned. This family's behavior is truly appalling. Luana and Jonathan, like Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui, sat there in silence. Wang Rui somewhat impatiently said, "Are you going to give it or not? I am Adele's sister. Why does Adele have unlimited money every day, and I still have to ask?" "And you guys," Wang Rui said, looking up at Anew and the others, "who are you? What gives you the right to stay in my house? Get out quickly. Or don't blame me for being rude." Just then, the sound of a siren blared outside. Who called the police? A police officer in uniform came in from outside. "It was me." Jonathan stood up from the sofa. "Please arrest these swindlers." Now, Li Yingyue, Wang Qingshan, and their 3 sons and daughter completely panicked. "No, officer. We are not swindlers. We really aren't." Li Yingyue directly sat down on the floor, creating a scene. "My 5th baby, someone is bullying your biological mom, why aren't you coming back?" But creating a scene was ineffective against the police. After understanding the facts and seeing the evidence provided by Mo Chishan, the family was taken to the police station. Jonathan and Luana, as victims, also went to the police station, but they arranged to meet Anew again tomorrow afternoon. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1125 Retribution. Recognizing each other _5. The next afternoon, Anew and Mo Chishan arrived at the villa on time. Adele had already come back. The moment she saw Adele, Quihua's eyes turned red. Anew was also somewhat stunned, as Adele and Enai Tsuehua resembled each other at least 50%. Luana personally introduced Adele. "Adele, this is your biological mother, this is your mother's second husband, this is your sister Anew, and this is your sister's boyfriend Mo Chishan." After these days spent with the Wang family, Adele felt a bit resistant towards her family members. She feared that these family members would be as insatiable and greedy as the Wang family. Upon learning that the Wang family were not her real relatives, Adele was greatly relieved. But when she heard that another group claiming to be her family had come searching for her, Adele was anxious again. She had discussed it with her grandparents last night, that if this family resembled the Wang family, they would immediately return to M country and consider other options. Hello. Adele greeted politely with a bow. Hello, child. Your name is Adele, right? Anew, with tearful eyes, took Adele's hand. Yes. Adele nodded. Child, I thought I would never see you in my lifetime. After Wu Yanyan's matter, Anew had been very sad and distressed, feeling guilty that she hadn't protected her daughters well, and now being able to reunite with her third daughter, Anew was truly very happy. Very happy. Mom, don't be sad. We've found our youngest sister now, haven't we? Anew came over, gently comforting Anew, then extended her hand to Adele. Hello, Adele, I am your oldest sister. Oldest sister? Adele puzzled for a moment, then shook hands with Anew. Kinship is a very strange thing. Although it was their first meeting, Adele felt a sense of closeness to Anew. Adele, this is our dad, Anew continued. Dad. For the first time in her life, Adele uttered these two words. It felt very foreign, yet also very novel. Child. Xianxia reached out to embrace Adele. After the brief recognition, Adele continued, Mom, can you tell me some stories about my childhood? For example, why was I sent to the orphanage? Having been educated in the West from a young age, Adele digested matters relatively quickly and harbored no resentment against her biological parents. Hence she adapted very quickly. Anew tearfully narrated their past. In fact, every time she talked about the past, she was in immense pain. Those scars that had barely healed were now bleeding anew. Fortunately, she had found her third daughter. Listening to the tale, Adele, along with Jonathan and Luana, all furrowed their brows, their eyes slightly red. None of them could have imagined the kind of story hidden behind Anew. Adele, I'm sorry. It's Mom's fault for not protecting you well. I'm sorry. Anew knelt in front of Adele. Please get up, it's all in the past, there's no use blaming yourself now. Adele helped Anew to stand up. We must also thank you both. If it weren't for you raising Adele into adulthood, she wouldn't have her life today. Xianxia and Anew bowed to Jonathan and Luana. The next day, Jonathan, Luana, and Adele followed them back to Beijing. Ever since Anew and the others had left, Zhang and Zheng Laotai had been eagerly awaiting their return, finally managing to look forward to welcoming them back. After receiving their call about coming back, the three elderly people, along with Zhao Yu and little Anew, eagerly waited at the entrance of the village. Finally, at 12 o'clock sharp in the afternoon, they welcomed everyone back. Adele affectionately addressed them as Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandma. Seeing that Adele was indeed different from Wu Yanyan, Zhang Leoi and Zheng Laotai were very happy. Anew then introduced Zhao Yu and little Anew to Adele. This is our youngest sister Anew. You can call her little Yun. This is my goddaughter Zhao Yu. Her nickname is Duo Duo. You can call her Duo Duo. Zhao Yu skillfully said, Hello, third aunt. Your great-nephew greets you. Adele, not understanding the concept of a goddaughter, exclaimed in surprise. Sister, your daughter is already this big? Source. Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126 Retribution. Recognizing each other _6. Anew nodded in all seriousness. Oh my gosh. Adele covered her mouth tightly. This is just too incredible. Little Anew looked up at Adele. Are you my third sister? Oh my gosh. Little Union. You are really so cute. Adele bent down and picked up little Anew. Little Anew was another sweet talker, and she also knew a little bit of simple English. She made Adele very happy in no time at all. So far, Adele was fairly satisfied with her family, just wondering if anything would change in the future. After all, the Wang family had been very nice to her at first too. Entering the Ni family's small courtyard, Adele couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Because the courtyard was really so beautiful. She had never seen such retro architecture before, and those 2 rose walls in full bloom were also very pretty. Jonathan and Luana were also full of amazement. Once inside the house, old Mrs. Shangguan brought out the food that had been prepared in advance to welcome them. Everyone had been riding in the car since morning, hardly eating anything in between, so now that there was delicious food, everyone ate with great gusto. Oh my gosh! This steak is so delicious. And this soup is really good too. Back in Kong City, they had never had such tasty Chinese food. After the meal, Anew handed Luana a passbook. Adele, this is the money Mom has saved for you over the years, you keep it well. Holding the passbook, Adele was stunned. Before, the Wang family people were always racking their brains to ask her for money, but she didn't expect Anew to actually give her money. It seemed Anew was different from that family. Adele lowered her head to look. There was quite a bit of money in the passbook, a 7-figure amount. Mom, I have money, I can't take this. Adele handed the passbook back to Anew. Anew handed the passbook back to Adele. Adele, Mom knows this money might not make up for the hurt I've caused you, but you keep it, and I'll make me feel better. With Anew around, the Anew family's life was very affluent. Anew didn't need to push herself so hard. She just wanted to give her daughter something through her own efforts. She didn't want to rely on others for everything, nor did she want to leave too many regrets in her life. Adele knew that if she refused again, Anew would be hurt, so she could only temporarily accept the passbook. Seeing Adele accept it, Anew also breathed a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, old Mrs. Zhang and old Mrs. Shangguan took Luana for a walk around the village, while Jonathan joined the team to start clearing the fields with old Mr. Zhang. Although Jonathan had been a businessman in his early years, he also harbored a pastoral heart. In order to welcome their new sister home, Shangguan Su and Shangguan she specially took the time to come back in the evening. Seeing Shangguan Su, Adele's eyes lit up. It's you. Adele remembered Shangguan Su, but Shangguan Su was a little forgetful about her. Who are you? Adele continued. It's me. I'm Adele. Back at Tiananmen, you helped me catch a pickpocket. With that said, Shangguan Su remembered. Oh, it's you. Wait. You wouldn't happen to be my third sister, would you? Anew said with a smile. Big brother, you and Adele already know each other? Shangguan Su nodded. She really is our third sister? Anew continued. Adele, this is our eldest brother, Shangguan Su. Adele probably knew a bit about Shangguan Zu's situation and that he was a child brought over by Shangguan de Hue, with no blood relation to herself. Big brother, hello. Adele was very happy to see Shangguan Su again. Adele, this is Sister Xiaoxi. Anew continued the introduction. Sister Xiaoxi. Shangguan she didn't expect this new little sister to be so enthusiastic and said with a smile. Hello, little third sister. Call me Adele, Sister Xiaoxi, Adele added. I find it more intimate that way. In the evening, Anew personally cooked, and together with Mo Qishan, the whole family had a lively reunion dinner. After the meal, Anew walked Mo Qishan back. Yang, does this mean I can finish the probation period now? Mo Qishan asked. Anew chuckled and nodded, the dimples at the corners of her mouth showing. I hereby announce that Mr. Mo Qishan has officially completed the probation period and is directly made permanent. That's great. Mo Qishan, thrilled, picked up Anew and spun her around several times. Wife, I really love you so much. The bright moonlight cast a mysterious veil over the two. After a moment, Mo Qishan let go of Anew. Wife, when can we get our marriage certificate? Anew pondered. We'll still have to wait a bit for that. Sister Xiaoxi is about to get married. How long do you want me to wait? Shangguan Shi and Wu Chenjun were already officially together, and the parents from both sides had met. All that was left was a wedding. Let's talk about it after Sister Xiaoxi gets married, Anew said with a smile. Mo Qishan added, I heard from Mom today that they're going to set a date for the wedding soon. Really? Anew raised her eyebrows slightly. What do you think? Mo Qishan also raised his eyebrows. After sending Mo Qishan back, Anew specially went to ask Anew about it. Anew nodded. Yes, Xiaoxi is not young anymore, and we know Chenjun well, so your dad and grandma think it's better to settle this matter soon. Now that Adele had been found too, it was truly a double blessing, and Anew was genuinely very happy. In less than 2 days, the news of Anew finding her biological sister had spread throughout the whole village. Wu Yangyun, who had been depressed at home, also heard about it. But she didn't believe it was true. She couldn't believe that a child who had been abandoned would forgive the perpetrator. Unless that child was someone greedy for wealth and benefits. Wu Yangyun was getting restless and wanted to see for herself, so she went out into the streets. She happened to encounter Anew, Xianxia, and Shangguan with Adele having fun on the street. The short-haired girl should be Aniyang's little third sister. She was very pretty and warmly addressed Anew and Xianxia as sister and brother-in-law. Gradually, Wu Yanyan's vision blurred. Why was everyone else so happy while she was in so much pain? Wu Yanyun clenched the tree trunk tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1127. May you gather much. This thing makes one miss it the most. Adele is very beautiful, her eyes as if they could speak. There was a time when she also had a pair of equally beautiful eyes. Now what? She didn't know when it started, but she had turned into this neither human nor ghost figure. Her great youth and bright future were all ruined by Anew and the Ni family. If it were not for Anew and the Ni family, she would definitely not have ended up like this. It's all their fault. In her childhood, they abandoned her. When she grew up, they personally destroyed her. Wu Yanyan's shoulders shook violently, devastated by grief. She didn't understand, why did Adele so easily forgive the Ni family and Anew? Can abandonment also be forgiven? Is Adele eyeing the Ni family's wealth? After all, the Ni family is extremely wealthy. Wasn't it Anew, after all, who coveted the Ni family's wealth and thus concealed her true identity for so long? If Adele isn't after the Ni family's wealth, then she must have been deceived by Anew. No. She can't let Adele be deceived by them. Why should she be the only one suffering so much? No way, she must expose the true nature of the Ni family in front of Adele. Wu Yanyun narrowed her eyes. Although Adele had passed through Beijing when she went to Kong City last time, she was in a hurry and only visited Tiananmen and the Great Wall. This time, Anew and Xianxia took her to Wangfujing and Nanluoguxiang. Nanluoguxiang is the oldest street in Beijing, where you can see many ancient buildings that are magnificent and awe-inspiring. Standing at the entrance of an alley in Nanluoguxiang, Anew set the camera to automatic mode. How about the four of us take a photo together? Yes. Adele nodded eagerly. During the photo, Adele naturally stood next to Shangguan and hooked his arm, a radiant smile blooming on her lips. Westerners are generally more open, and Shangguan didn't think too much of it. However, Anew noticed Adele's little scheme. Every young girl experiences the blossoming of first love. Shangguan was handsome and had previously played the hero to save the beauty, so it was normal for Adele to fancy Shangguan. Let's split up for now. Mo and I will go this way. Brother, you take Adele that way, and we'll meet up for dinner at Xianxia. How about that? Anew suggested. Hearing this, Adele was ecstatic. She almost shouted, "Long live sister!" Yes. Xianxia sensed the trickery at play, took Aneyang's hand and said, "Then Anew and I will head this way." "Then we'll go this way." Adele pulled Shangguan towards the other direction. This was Adele's first time seriously shopping, and she curiously inspected everything she saw. Before long, Shangguan's hands were full of little trinkets. Folk art candy, candied hawthorn, donkey rolls, AI wo-wo. What's that over there? It looks so tasty. Adele approached a stall, swallowing her saliva. That's doji, a specialty of Beijing, not found elsewhere. It's quite an acquired taste, not everyone appreciates it, Shangguan said. Why? Adele was curious. Doji is fermented, with a very unique and somewhat strange taste, so not everyone likes it. Many outsiders can't even swallow a mouthful of doji. But I see them enjoying it. Adele followed behind, gulping. Shangguan smiled. I advise you not to try it, you might not have time to vomit it out. However, due to curiosity, the more Shangguan said that, the more Adele wanted to try. Is that stuff really that unpalatable? But I want to give it a try. Adele tugged at Shangguan's sleeve. Shangguan smiled. Then let's give it a try. The two sat down at the stall, ordered 2 portions of doji, and some snacks. Due to many customers, the service was a bit slow. Under Adele's eager anticipation, The 2 portions of doji were finally brought to the table. The doji was dark green in color and smelled sour and stinky, causing Adele to reflexively cover her nose. This smell is really unique. Xianxia smiled faintly. See, I told you, doji is not for everyone. Maybe it's like stinky tofu, smells bad but tastes good. She enjoyed stinky tofu immensely, so why fear a small bowl of doji? She couldn't let Xianxia underestimate her. Source: web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1128. May you gather much. This object most evokes longing. Under 2. Adele took a big gulp of the soybean juice. Yeah. This taste. It's indescribably unique. How should I describe it? It feels like drinking a bowl of sour, spoiled dishwater. Xianxia kicked the trash bin over to Adele's side. If you're not used to it, just spit it out. No need to force yourself. Spit it out? She wouldn't do that. If Xianxia can drink it, why can't she? Adele swallowed the soybean juice in her mouth and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Really? For real? Xianxia was somewhat incredulous. You can get used to this taste? Yes. It's really good. Adele picked up the remaining soybean juice and finished it in one go. As she drank, her taste buds became numb. She drank too quickly and couldn't help coughing. Take it easy, don't choke. Xianxia stood up and gently patted her back. All done. Adele put the empty bowl on the table. Do you want another bowl? Xianxia asked. Adele quickly waved her hands. No, just one bowl is filling enough for me. Xianxia said with some surprise. I didn't expect you to get used to the taste of soybean juice. Many of my colleagues from other places can't stand it. Adele said with a smile. I'm not picky. I'm easy to please. After finishing the soybean juice, the 2 of them went to other places to have fun. At noon, the 4 of them assembled at the entrance of National Beauty. It was Adele's first time at National Beauty, and as soon as she entered, she was amazed. Oh my God! Is this a place to eat? It's so beautiful. What kind of clothes are they wearing? Anew explained, these are Hanfu, the traditional attire of the Han nationality. I want to wear it too. Anew said with a smile, I'll give you a set when we go back home. Really? Adele looked at Anew with surprise. Really? Anew nodded. You're the best, sister. Adele excitedly hugged Anew's arm. The 4 of them went up to the 3rd floor of National Beauty, and Adele was once again full of emotion at the stunning view of the 3rd floor. Actually, before returning to China, her impression of the country could be summed up in 3 words. Dirty, chaotic, broken. After returning to China, she realized what the substance of a country was. A country with profound cultural heritage, no matter how battered by storms, war and smoke, stands tall, endlessly charming. This spirit, this substance is something that Western countries don't have. Anew ordered a lot of dishes. First came the pre-meal desserts. Exquisite mousse cakes, delicious double-skim milk, and refreshing sugarcane and pomelo dessert. Adele enjoyed them immensely, having never eaten such delicious desserts before. After the desserts, the main dishes started to come out. Not only were these dishes tasty, but the presentation and plating were top-notch. Sister, can I come here to eat again tomorrow? After eating, Adele asked somewhat reluctantly. Although the meals at the Ni family's home were also delicious, the limited kitchen tools at home couldn't make such delectable desserts. Every girl loves desserts, and Adele is no exception. Anew nodded. Sure, but I might not have time to join you tomorrow. I'll give you the membership card, and you can ask someone else in the family to come with you. Having a car at home, it was quite convenient for Adele if she wanted to come. Okay, no problem. After the meal, Anew and Mo Chishan went to watch a movie. Adele still followed behind Xianxia. She really liked Xianxia so much that even doing nothing, just standing by his side, felt incredibly satisfying. The next day, Adele hitched a ride with Xianxia into town. Originally, she wanted to bring Jonathan and Luana with her, but recently Jonathan got fascinated with gardening. Luana along with Madame Xianxia and Mrs. Zhang got hooked on playing mahjong, setting up their stools under the big banyan tree at the village entrance whenever they were free. Zhao Yu had classes at the training center, and little Anai Yun was too young, so she had to come by herself. Shangguan Su was somewhat concerned about her being alone. Adele, did you bring your pager? Adele nodded, pulling out the pager. I have it. Shangguan Su continued. If you can't find the way or run into any trouble later, remember to beep me. Okay, Adele continued, nodding. After discussing a few things, Shangguan Su drove off to the bank, leaving Adele to stroll the streets by herself, planning to finish her walk and then go to National Beauty for a meal before going home. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129. May you gather much. This object most evokes longing. Underscore 3. Wu Yenyun was worrying about not finding a chance to meet Adele alone, but unexpectedly, she ran into her on the street today. Wu Yenyun was very happy, ready to seize this opportunity to reveal the true faces of the Ni family in front of Adele. She lowered her head to straighten up her clothing before approaching to start a conversation. Hello. Adele was first stunned, then she replied. Hello. Wu Yenyun continued. Are you Ni Yang's sister, Adele? Do you know me? Adele was surprised. Wu Yenyun smiled. There's a tea house ahead, let's go have some tea. Adele, seeing that Wu Yenyun looked pretty and didn't seem like a bad person, nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the tea house, Wu Yenyun ordered a pot of Longjing tea. This is Longjing tea, a green tea from China, very fragrant. I bet you've never tried it before? Adele replied. I have tasted it. My sister also brewed some before, but she made tiguanyin, which smells similar to this one. Sister? Hearing this word, Wu Yanyun's expression dimmed. Is your sister Anai Yang? Yes. Adele nodded. Do you know my sister? Wu Yenyun took a sip of tea, looking up at Adele. Actually, I am also your sister. What? Adele's eyes widened, looking at Wu Yenyun. A sneer curved on Wu Yanyun's lips. We are the same, both pitiful people abandoned by others. Pitiful? Adele frowned. I don't feel pitiful at all. Adele never felt pitiful. She was thankful for the people who appeared in her life. You were abandoned right after birth. Don't you think you are pitiful? Wu Yenyun looked incredulously at Adele. Adele shook her head. Not pitiful at all. What? Wu Yenyun furrowed her brows tightly, thinking Adele might be out of her mind. Pausing, Wu Yenyun continued. If you hadn't been thrown away when you were a child, you could have had a better life. All the hardships you've faced are because they threw you away. Adele remained unexpressive. Before she was 3 years old, she had lived in an orphanage. The orphanage had many children, and the director could not take care of every child personally. Later, she was taken back to M country by her grandparents. Her grandparents were very kind to her, treating her as their own, but initially, everything in M country was strange to her, especially the language barrier. Eventually, after overcoming the language barrier and starting school, she faced severe racial discrimination. To avoid being bullied, she trained hard in various combat skills. Was it tough? Definitely tough. But Adele never felt it was tough. She saw it as a test from fate. She wanted to face challenges head-on, never bowing down to fate. Later, she finally mastered the combat skills. Although not extremely exceptional, she was more than capable of handling her peers. Looking at Wu Yenyun, Adele seemed to recall something. Oh, I know you. You are Sister Yenyun, right? Mom and sister mentioned you to me. Regarding Wu Yenyun, Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua did not hide anything from Adele. Did they badmouth me to you? Wu Yenyun retorted. Badmouth? Adele shook her head. No, they just said there was a bit of misunderstanding between you and them. You knew about that incident? Wu Yanyun's voice trembled. Which incident? Adele was confused. That incident. The incident Wu Yenyun couldn't speak openly about. They must have told Adele. Now in Adele's eyes, she was a sister with questionable character. A bad sister. A sister who had an abortion, who was frivolous. Adele was bewildered. She didn't know which incident Wu Yenyun was referring to. Because Anew and Anew had never mentioned the incident about Wu Yangyun being deceived by thugs and going for an abortion. Adele had also never heard anyone else mention it. You really don't know? Wu Yangyun looked up at Adele, squinting her eyes. I don't know. Adele shook her head, then added, Is there something else I don't know about? Stop pretending, I know you know, Wu Yangyun, her eyes red, said. You must be laughing at me in your heart, thinking I'm just a bad girl. I'm shameless. Anew was really too much. Why should Anew spread her private agony everywhere? Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130. May you gather much. This object most evokes longing _4. What right does Anew have to do this? Does Anew have to make it widely known and let everyone look down on her? What are you talking about? I really don't know. Adele became anxious and a bit scared. She didn't understand why Wu Yangyun would suddenly become like this. This Wu Yangyun, with a fierce expression, was somewhat terrifying. Just calm down and speak properly. Adele reached out to hold Wu Yangyun's hand. In this world, there's no problem that can't be solved and no misunderstanding that can't be explained. Some things are better once they're talked out. Having said that, Adele continued, Sister Yangyun, I know you have hatred in your heart, but hatred is like a snowball, the more it rolls the bigger it gets. When you hold a grudge against someone, your mind short-circuits, often trapping yourself in a loop. You become imbalanced and narrow-minded. As the snowball of hatred grows bigger, your life and your future become worse. Perhaps because of different childhood educations, Adele's thinking was more open. She would consider issues from a macroscopic perspective. When your perspective broadens, the points of contradiction and value of hatred all become smaller. Conversely, the closer you are to something, the more problems you see, and your mood also changes accordingly. So, your vision decides the pattern of your life. The larger your heart, the bigger the world you see. Those with petty minds will never achieve greatness. Do you know what kind of person Anew is? And you say this to me? Wu Yangyun retorted. Adele said, I think sister is a very good person. She is kind and beautiful. Kind, beautiful? The past Wu Yangyun also thought Anew was such a person. But now when she hears these adjectives, all she feels is disgust. Because kindness and beauty have nothing to do with Anew. You're wrong, utterly wrong, Wu Yangyun tried to calm herself down, adding, Anew is a hypocrite, her kindness, her beauty, all a facade. She's venomous at heart, for the sake of benefit, she'd even scheme against her own sister. She doesn't deserve to be called a sister. What? Hearing this, Adele stood up with some dissatisfaction. How can you say that about sister? She's not the kind of person you describe. Although Anew and Anew hadn't detailed Wu Yangyun's matters, these days Adele had gone to ask Xianxia, Xianxia, and others about it. After all, Wu Yangyun was her sister too, and she was very curious about her. The things she found out told her that Anew had already been good enough to Wu Yangyun. The Wu family's construction company was funded by Anew, and even though Wu Yangyun and Anew had fallen out, Anew still hadn't withdrawn her support for the construction company. It could be said that without Anew, there wouldn't be the Wu family of today. She is. You don't understand her at all. Wu Yangyun cried out loud. Adele took a tissue from her pocket and handed it to Wu Yangyun. Sister Yangyun, wipe your tears first. Wu Yangyun didn't take it but said, If you acknowledge Anew as your sister, then you have no right to call me sister. I don't need a sister like you. You're too extreme. Wu Yangyun continued, It's you who are too materialistic. All you care about is the Anew family's wealth. Yes, the Anew family is rich, but that doesn't mean you can forsake your dignity just for some extraneous possessions. By doing this, you only make me look down on you. What are you talking about? Adele suddenly found herself not understanding Wu Yangyun's words. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Adele shook her head. Wu Yangyun went on, I'm saying you despise the poor and love the rich, being vain and superficial. You have your own two hands. Why don't you work hard yourself? Everything you want, you will have in the future. Why do you suck up to a bunch of disgusting people? If you keep going like this, You'll end up just like them. Adele then said, "Oh, I get it now. You think I'm reuniting with my parents and sister for the money, right? Isn't it?" said Wu Yenyun. If it wasn't for money, Adele wouldn't be defending Yang and the Ni family at all costs. After all, the real victim here is her. Why should everyone side with Yang? Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131. May you gather much. This object most evokes longing. _5. Can't they all see? Not at all. Adele shook her head. I don't understand why you would think that way, nor do I get why you have such a strange thought. Anyway, it's not for the money that I acknowledged my parents and sister Yenyun. Don't make yourself out to be so noble, you just love money. Adele continued to shake her head. Sister Yenyun, you're really being too extreme. I think you should go see a psychologist. They can help you talk it through. If this continues, you'll become depressed. Westerners speak quite straightforwardly, and Adele is no exception. Given Wu Yanyun's current state, she really should see a psychologist. Depression is terrifying, and if severe, it can be fatal or lead to a misguided path. Psychologist. Again with the psychologist. Wu Yenyun was immediately provoked. Are these also Yang's words that you're saying to me? Did Yang discover me yesterday? Did she deliberately send you to humiliate me? It must be Yang. Because Yang had suggested she see a psychologist before, and now Adele said the same. Why must Yang always be at odds with her? Why? Is she so jealous of her own well-being? No, these are all my own words. Did I say anything incorrect? Adele was slightly bemused. Stop pretending. Wu Yenyun said angrily, none of you have experienced my pain. What right do you have to stand on a moral high ground and judge me? If it were you in my shoes, you might not be as magnanimous. Because of Yang, how much suffering had she endured? Yet, she hadn't done anything to Yang, she hadn't even taken a yuan from the Ni family, but they kept accusing her of wrongdoing. Where did she go wrong? Her mistake was probably coming into this world in the first place. Adele slightly frowned. Shakespeare once said that those who control their own fate stand at both ends of the balance, while those controlled by fate only know that God has given them their destiny. In fact, everyone holds their fate in their hands. Only those who don't believe in fate can live their best life. If Adele believed in fate, she would now be the second Martha, a Martha who faced violence every day. Sister Yenyun, calm down and think about whether what I said is right. I told you I'm not your sister. If you had a shred of shame or confidence, you would not call me sister anymore. Wu Yenyun suddenly stood up from the table, took out 5 yuan from her pocket, threw it on the table, and walked away. She never expected that meeting Adele today would turn out this way. This Adele, for the sake of money, for wealth and honor, had abandoned her own dignity. She really had no right to be her sister. Adele watched Wu Yanyun's retreating back, speechless for a moment. Not calling wouldn't hurt. After all, her impression of this sister was extremely bad. After returning home, Adele mentioned the incident to Yang. Yang's reaction was flat, but Xiaoyu was very agitated. My God! This Wu Yenyun has no shame. She was astonished. Upon finishing, Xiaoyu looked at Adele, and continued, Third aunt, do you want to listen to Wu Yanyun's stories? Yes. Adele nodded. If you do, come over there. I'll tell you everything, every single detail. Xiaoyu pulled Adele under the osmanthus tree in the yard. Xiaoyu told her everything about Wu Yenyun almost being sold, Wu Yanyun's bird-killing spree in a fit of rage, and so on. Adele only knew that Yang had funded the Wu family's construction company and helped them out of poverty. She never knew that so much else had happened in between. Looking at it this way, Wu Yenyun really went too far. Xiaoyu in tears said, Third aunt, you don't know how adorable the bird named Duo was. It could speak, dance, was charming and suave, but in the end, it was killed by Wu Yenyun. Sob, sob, sob. Adele did not know how to comfort her, so she could only say, a dead bird cannot be revived, don't be too sad. Xiaoyu hugged Adele, crying even harder. Time flies. Another week had quickly passed. During this period, Xiaoyu often loved to take books to Deming Pavilion. asking Grandpa Du whenever she encountered something she did not understand. Because Mo Chishan had asked her to keep him company when she had nothing to do. After all, she had had a good relationship with Grandpa Du since the time she was duo. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132. May you gather much. This object most evokes longing. Underscore 6. Dude, what character is this? Since the time when Xiaoyu got a taste of Dude's ruthlessness, he dared not to call Dude a little jerk anymore. Ing. It was really too scary. Thinking back on his past self, Xiaoyu felt he was truly like a fearless calf that knows nothing of the tiger's might. Adorably foolish. Dude looked at the pair of hands draped over his shoulder with a bit of helplessness. Can you not stand so close to me? Xiaoyu said speechlessly. We're all men here, what's there to be afraid of? Dude unemotionally pushed Xiao Ye's hand away, keeping his distance. This is the character Ben in its rare form, which is homophonic to run and also means to sprint. Xiaoyu scratched his head. This is too difficult. It's just too hard. Being human is really exhausting. You're just too dumb, said Dude, twirling the Buddha beads, without mincing words. Xiaoyu suddenly noticed that the Buddha beads in Dude's hands were different from usual. These beads were very red, shining brightly, making Dude's hands appear even fairer and more slender. Did you change your Buddha beads? What are these made of? The color is so pretty. Dude's expression remained unchanged. They are called blood Bodhi. Xiaoyu reached out her hand. Can I take a look? No. Dude refused directly. His sense of territory was too strong. No ordinary person should even think about touching his belongings. Humph. Stingy. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him. But what the heck is blood Bodhi? Xiaoyu continued to ask. Blood Bodhi is blood Bodhi, Dude replied, his tone indifferent, not wanting to explain any further. Xiaoyu was really too curious. She remembered the name blood Bodhi and went to look it up in books later on, finally finding such an explanation. Blood Bodhi is also known as sea red beans. There's a poem about it. Sea red beans grow in the south, budding a few branches in spring. I hope you pick more, for this thing evokes the deepest longing. Later, Xiaoyu found another line of poetry. The exquisite dice admit sea red beans, deep longing, do you know or not? Both poems suggest that sea red beans symbolize longing. Longing. Xiaoyu rested her head on her left hand. Who could Dude be longing for? Xiaoyu thought hard but couldn't come up with an answer. For someone like Dude who might fall for another person seemed bizarre in itself. Maybe she was wrong. Perhaps Dude didn't wear the beads because they symbolized longing? Xiaoyu lifted her head to look out the window, where the moon was large and round, casting a layer of radiance over the earth, accompanied by the pleasant sound of frogs. Lulled by the frog chorus, it wasn't long before Xiaoyu drifted into dreamland. The 8th day of the 7th lunar month is a good day. Today, Wu Chenjin's parents and grandparents were visiting the Ni family. The parents and elders from both sides sat together to discuss the wedding date for the two children. After unanimous decision by the parents, the wedding date was set for the 18th day of the 8th lunar month. There was more than a month left from now, providing ample time to prepare various things. Wu Chenjun was in high spirits due to the joyful occasion. He didn't expect that he and Shangguan Zai's day would come so soon. Shangguan she also didn't expect that in the end, she would walk down the aisle with Wu Chenjun. Ni Yang smiling said, Sister Xiaoxi, you don't need to buy roses for the wedding, just if people cut them directly from the flower fields when the time comes, and after the wedding ceremony, they can be reused. Mo Chishan, with his arm around Ni Yang's shoulder, added, Also, don't worry about the wedding dress and groom's suit. I've ordered a set to be customized from France. Shangguan Zai's smile was tinged with shy delight. Wu Chenjun said, Then thank you, future brother-in-law. Although Mo Chishan's reputation in Beijing had hit rock bottom, Wu Chenjun didn't look down on Mo Chishan in the slightest. He had a feeling that Mo Chishan was a person who kept his cards close to his chest. Does your average Joe have connections to order wedding dresses from France? Mo Chishan said, We're all family here, no need for formalities. Wu Chenjun followed up on that. Xiaoxi and I are getting married soon. When are you and Yang planning to hold the event? Mo Chishan turned his gaze towards Anyang. That depends on Yang. I'm not in a hurry. Oh, you're not in a hurry? Well, I'm not in a hurry either, Anew quipped, raising her eyebrows slightly. Now Emo-chishan was thrown off balance and immediately said, I am in a hurry. Isn't it okay if I'm in a hurry? You're in a hurry? Anew looked up at Emo-chishan. Yes, I'm in a hurry. Emo-chishan nodded slightly. Anew deliberately teased him. Then I'm not in a hurry. Emo-chishan. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Yang stopped teasing him. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was almost the day of Xianxia and Wu Chenjin's wedding. The night before the wedding, Anew came to Xianxia's bedroom. Mom, it's so late. Is there something you need? Anew smiled and said, Nothing major, just wanted to have a chat with you. Then sit down, please. Xianxia patted the bed beside her. Anew sat on the edge of the bed, and taking Xianxia's hand in hers, said, Xiaoxi, I'm truly thankful to the heavens for giving me such a sensible and beautiful daughter like you. I'm also very happy that, all along, you've treated me as if I were your biological mother. They say that being a stepmother is difficult, but Anew has never felt the meaning of this saying with Xianxia and Xianxia. These two kids were too sensible. From the first day she was with Xianxia, they never caused her any worry. Now that Xianxia was about to get married and leave, as a mother, she really couldn't bear to part with her. Mom, what are you talking about? Since you married Dad, you're my mom. And besides, you've been wonderful. There's a saying that empathy begets kindness. You've been good to us, and it's only right that we are good to you too. Also, I want to thank you. It's your presence that's brought warmth to our home, and it's you who made my brother and I feel maternal love and the warmth of a family. Saying this, Xianxia reached out and hugged Anew. Aneihua's eyes reddened slightly. Xiaoxi, thank you. It's me who should be thanking you. Before Anew arrived, the Xianxia family was like scattered sand. The house always felt cold and icy. It was Anew who made this home feel more real. Silly child, don't cry. You're going to be a bride. If you cry and swell up your eyes, it won't do for putting on makeup tomorrow. Anew wiped away Xianxia's tears. Mom, don't cry either. Anew nodded. Okay, Mom won't cry. After saying that, Anew imparted some words about respecting her in-laws to Xianxia, then took out a passbook and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia was startled. What are you doing? Anew said with a smile. It's just a little something from me. It's not much money, but just accept it. Mom, I can't take this. Xianxia refused. Xianxia had already transferred all of the Xianxia family's assets into her name. How could she take Aneihua's money at a time like this? Anew said, Xiaoxi, if you truly think of me as your mother, then keep the passbook. Xianxia dared not refuse any longer. Anew continued, No matter what, us women must stand tall and not let anyone look down on us. No need to go asking men for money. Keep this money for now, and if there's an emergency in the future, you can use it then. Although it's not a lot, it may come in handy in a pinch. Okay, Xianxia nodded. Saying she wasn't moved would be a lie. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133 Wedding Surprise. Seeing that Xianxia no longer refused, Anew also sighed with relief. Xiaoxi, even though you are about to get married, you must remember, this will always be your home. We will always be your family. If Chenju never dares to bully you, just come back and tell us. No matter when, we will always be your strongest support. The saying that a married daughter is like spilled water does not apply here at Aneihua's. In her early life, she suffered from favoritism towards males over females, and now she absolutely won't allow her daughter to endure such injustice. Mom, I know, thank you, Xianxia said, holding back tears which once again started to flow. Before Anew married into the family, Xianxia had heard colleagues and friends talk about the tale of the wasp's tail and the stepmother's heart. Initially, she was somewhat uneasy. Later, she realized she had been worrying unnecessarily. With Anew, she felt the long-lost maternal love and experienced the warmth that a home should have, something she had never truly experienced before. Mom, thank you. Xianxia hugged Anew Tsuehua. Silly child, what are you thanking Mom for? Anew Tsuehua patted Xianxuan's eyes back gently. It's getting late. You need to get up early tomorrow, so go to sleep soon. Xianxia nodded. After Anew Tsuehua left, Xianxia opened her passbook and was shocked by the number on it. The passbook actually had a 7-figure savings. Anew Tsuehua was a good mother. Her food factory currently had very stable monthly earnings, which she divided into 2 parts, giving 1 part to Adele and 1 to Xianxia. The future money was all set aside for other children. She never favored one over another. Anew Tsuehua went to the room, and just as Xianxia came out of the bathroom, he asked, Dia, where have you been? Anew Tsuehua walked to the vanity to remove her makeup. I went to chat with Xiaoxi for a while. Oh, Xianxia nodded, pulled back the quilt to get into bed. Time flies so quickly. In my memory, Xiaoxi is still a little toddler who can't even walk steadily, and now she's about to get married. Anew Tsuehua smiled. You've gotten old too. Xianxia was stunned. Aren't you also old? Anew Tsuehua turned to look at Xianxia. I am younger than you by several years, don't you know that? Xianxia said, What does it matter if you are younger? In the end you still married me. Anew Tsuehua. She never realized before, Xianxia could be so skilled with his words. She had always thought of him as a polite scholar. Soon after Anew Tsuehua left, Anew also arrived at Xianxuan's room. Sister Xiaoxi. Yang, Xianxia sniffed and got off the bed. Anew smiled. Sister Xiaoxi, you don't need to get up, you'll just sit for a bit and then leave. With that, Anew continued. Sister Xiaoxi, you're going to be a bride tomorrow. How are you feeling? Are you excited? Xianxia gestured slightly. A little bit excited. But more than that, she was reluctant to leave this home. Anew handed the gift she had prepared to Xianxia. Sister Xiaoxi, this is my wedding gift to you. Do you like it? Xianxia took the gift box, opened it, and covered her mouth in surprise. Inside the box lay a complete set of diamond jewelry, shining under the light with a dazzling spectrum of colors. Yang, this gift is too precious. Xianxia, being a genuine socialite, of course knew the value of the diamond set was not insignificant. Just the diamond on the necklace alone was about 5 carats. Diamonds signify eternity and are indestructible, making them a very meaningful wedding gift. Anew raised an eyebrow and countered. Can it be more precious than the sisterly affection between you and me? Thank you, Yang. I really like it. Oh, there is one more thing I forgot to bring. Sister Xiaoxi, wait for me. Before Xianxia could react, Anew had already disappeared towards the doorway. Shortly after, Anew returned holding 2 red paper bags. Sister Xiaoxi, this is also for you. What is this? Xianxia asked. Just open it and you'll see. Xianxia opened the paper bags, and was shocked again. Inside the boxes in the 2 paper bags were all gold jewelry. Gold bracelets, gold necklaces, gold earrings. Altogether weighing more than 20 pounds. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134 Wedding Surprise _2. Anew continued. Sister Xiaoxi, don't laugh at me for being tacky, though gold isn't pretty, it has the potential to appreciate. Right now it's only a few dozen yuan per gram, but in the future, it might sell for hundreds of yuan per gram, and it holds its value much better than diamonds. In the future, the price of gold peaked at 450 yuan per gram. More than 20 kilograms of gold is also a significant fortune. By the way, I'm also giving you this house. Anew took out a property title deed. The houses Anew bought are all located in the city center, and each one in the future is worth a fortune. Yang, I'll keep the diamond jewelry, but I can't accept anything else, Xianxia refused. The gifts from Anew were really too valuable. With diamonds, gold and houses, Xianxia felt overwhelmed. Sister Xiaoxi, if you don't want them, you'll make me think that I haven't given enough. I'm going to be angry. Anew pretended to be upset. With that, Yang took Shangguanzai's hand. Sister Xiaoxi, please accept them. Consider it a little gesture from me as your younger sister. It wouldn't be right for you, my older sister, to get married while I, your younger sister, didn't contribute anything at all, would it? A generous dowry could give Shangguanxi more confidence at her in-laws' place. Shangguanxi didn't refuse, thinking about doubling the gifts when Yang gets married. After Yang left, Shangguansu also came to talk to Shangguanxi, and as a brother, his gifts were no less lavish than Yang's. Then there was Adele, who was also very generous. By the end, the three elders of the family also came together, and that evening Shangguanxi received so many gifts that her hands went numb. Zhao Yu, being the poor one in the family with no savings, had recently been learning calligraphy from Master Zheng and decided to write a piece to give to Shangguanxi. Zuoling was stunned when he heard the news of Shangguanzai's upcoming marriage. How long had it been? How long had it been since Shangguanxi broke up with him? How could she be marrying someone else already? Thinking of Shangguanzai's family background and recalling his own recent hardships, Zuoling felt unbearable and went out to drown his sorrows in alcohol all night. Big brother Zua. As Zuoling lay his head down on the table, somewhat drowsy, a gentle female voice came from above. He looked up and saw a blurry face. Who is this? Zuoling rubbed his eyes. Who are you? Don't you recognize me, big brother Zua? The young woman sat across from him and poured a drink. Zuoling burped. Who are you? Do I know you? It's Wu Yenyun. Before Wu Yenyun had a fallout with the Ni family, she had shared a meal with Shangguanxi and Zuoling at the same table, so she knew Zuoling and was aware that he was Shangguanzai's ex-boyfriend. Wu Yenyun. Zuoling paused, then as if remembering something. Oh, it's you. You're Shangguanzai's sister. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Get lost. Zuoling suddenly became agitated, his expression turning fierce. Wu Yanyun's smile remained unchanged. I am Wu Yenyun, but am not Shangguanzai's sister. I'm just like you, we both have been abandoned by others. Zuoling stood up, swaying and pointed at Wu Yenyun. You're not Shangguanzai's sister, you're an Yang's sister. Did your sister send you here? Is she making you come here to mock me? Wu Yanyun's expression turned sinister in that instant. She doesn't deserve to be my sister. And Yang doesn't deserve it. She has no right. Zuoling froze, then slapped his head hard. What's going on? He remembered those deep feelings between Yang and Wu Yenyun. When did they turn against each other? Could he be mistaken? Wu Yenyun, what kind of game are you playing with me? Wu Yenyun kept staring at Zuoling. Big brother Zua, getting dumped by Shangguanxi, marrying a fat woman instead, aren't you very resentful? This was indeed a sore spot for Zuoling, and now it was being openly stated by Shangguanxi, igniting rage in his heart instantly. Before Zuoling could explode, Wu Yenyun continued, Big brother Zua, do you know who caused all this? It was Yang. Yang instigated the breakup between you and Shangguanxi, and also that Li Tong, you would never guess Li Tong is actually Yang's good friend. It was Yang who deliberately sent Li Tong to seduce you. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1135 Wedding Surprise _3. If it weren't for Yang, you would be the one marrying Shangguanxi now, and you would be the one basking in success. It's all Yang's fault. All her doing. Watching Zuoling's expression change bit by bit, Wu Yenyun continued, Big brother Zua, do you know how great Shangguanzai's family is? Now, Shangguan Dehui has handed all the Shangguan family's properties to Shangguanxi. In the future, Shangguanxi will be the highest leader in the Shangguan group. If you hadn't broken up with Shangguanxi, that highest leader would have been you. It was Yang who ruined you. The last sentence was full of deep hatred. She hated Yang. She wished to see Yang's family ruined and destroyed. Why should she bear all the suffering alone? She wanted Yang to share the pain with her. Yang, that bitch. Zuoling was completely enraged, grabbing a wine bottle and hurling it to the ground. Bang! The wine bottle shattered into pieces. Indeed. If Shangguanxi hadn't broken up with him initially, all of this would have been his. All his. Oh right. Wu Yenyun continued to provoke Zwiling's emotions. Big brother Zwa, do you know who Xianxia is marrying? Who? Zwiling looked at Wu Yenyun. It's Wu Chenjun. Wu Chenjun has a very good family background. He grew up with Xianxia, but Xianxia doesn't love Wu Chenjun. If she did, she would have been with Wu Chenjun long ago. Why bother being with you for 3 years? Zwiling narrowed his eyes. Then why is she marrying Wu Chenjun? Is Xiaoxi being forced? Wu Yenyun shook her head. She was manipulated. Do you want to know who manipulated her? Who? It's Anew. Wu Yenyun continued. Anew, like her mother, has always been vain. She looked down on you because you were born poor, so she tried to tarnish your reputation in front of Xianxia. When that failed, she worked with Li Tong to seduce you. Hearing this, Zwiling clenched his fists, trembling all over. Anger. He was so angry. He never thought that his and Xianxuan's breakup was all orchestrated by someone. Wu Yenyun slightly curled her lips. Big brother Zwa, the vengeance of losing a wife is intolerable. Do you want revenge? Do you have a way? Zwiling suddenly turned back to look at Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun looked at Zwiling. As long as you follow my lead, I have a way. Really? Wu Yenyun nodded. Why do you want to help me? Zwiling countered. Wu Yenyun smilingly said, because we have a common enemy. She is Anew. Zwiling followed up. How do you plan to help me? Wu Yenyun gestured for Zwiling to come closer with a beckoning of her little finger. Zwiling leaned his ear closer. Wu Yenyun whispered a few sentences into Zwiling's ear. Listening, Zwiling's face turned pale. Swallowing, he asked, can this really work? Why wouldn't it? Wu Yenyun continued. Big brother Zwa, think about the life you're living now. Are you really content with spending your days with Chen Liebao, that fat woman? Reminded of Chen Liebao, Zwiling fell silent. He was fed up with Chen Liebao. Sometimes he even thought it would be better off dead than live in such a demeaning way. Wu Yenyun, seeing the timing is just right. Big brother Zwa, instead of continuing with that fat woman, it's better to be ruthless and make a big move. This is the vengeance for losing your wife. Since the Ni family won't let you live well, why should you let them live well? They dare to bully you, to disregard you, merely because they see you as a poor nobody. But big brother Zwa, although we're poor, we cannot be without spirit. We cannot let others bully us like this without a peep. We need to make them pay a bloody price too. We need to let Anew know that we're not to be trifled with. Indeed, Wu Yenyun had once again provoked Zwiling. He nodded and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Wu Yenyun patted Zwiling's shoulder. Then big brother Zwa, you better go back and rest early. We'll meet tomorrow. Okay. The next day was the wedding day for Xianxia and Wu Chenjun. Both the bride's and the groom's families were bustling. And so many people were coming to the Ni family to offer their congratulations. The wedding process was such that the groom would arrive at the bride's home in the morning to pick up the bride. Then everyone would go together to the hotel. Source: web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136 Wedding Surprise _4. Xianxuan family held a Western-style wedding, and she was wearing a custom wedding dress from France. A white wedding dress that was conservative yet not without trendy elements. The hem was a floor-sweeping mermaid tail, which needed 4 little flower girls to hold it up. After changing, when Anew came out of the fitting room, her eyes lit up. Wow, Sister Xiaoxi, I didn't notice you had such a great figure. A mermaid tail wedding dress required someone with an excellent figure to bring out its beauty. Xianxuan rarely wore form-fitting clothes, so Anew really hadn't realized that Xianxuan also had a good figure. Adele said with a smile, Sister Xiaoxi is the most beautiful bride in the world today. Zhao Yu ran in with a camera. Mom, shall we take a picture with Aunt Xiaoxi? Sure. Adele loved taking photos the most. How can you take photos without me? Du Jiao walked in from outside. And you can't forget about me. Li Yao followed in. The girls set the camera to automatic mode and took several photos around Xianxuan as the center. After taking photos, Zhao Yu asked Du Jiao, Sister Jiao, has Lord Du arrived? Ever since the auntie incident last time, Zhao Yu hadn't called Du Jiao auntie again. Because it made her seem too old. Du Jiao shook her head. He's about to become a Buddha on the spot. How could he possibly come to such a lively place? Become a Buddha on the spot? Zhao Yu asked. Is that not an exaggeration? Could a person who can't let go of earthly desires become a Buddha? Keep in mind, Lord Du still wears a string of blood Bodhi beads on his hand. You haven't interacted with him much, so it's normal you don't understand. Du Jiao continued, this man is even more monk-like than a monk. Zhao Yu stuck out her tongue. Li Yao continued, by the way, whose idea was it to line the roadside with roses? It's just so romantic and beautiful. Jinghua village was never short of roses, so the main road today was lined with bright red roses on both sides. Shangguan smiled. It was Yang's idea. She was busy with my brother and Mo Qishan and several others for an entire afternoon yesterday. In summer, if roses were directly placed on the roadside, they would definitely die from the sun. So Yang specially bought many glass bottles and filled them with a special potion, not only to preserve the life of the roses but also not to impact their reusability. Yang, your idea is pretty good. When I get married next year, I'm going to do the same. Yang nodded. If you need more hands, I can come help. Li Yao said with a laugh. Yang, don't tease me, you're a big leader now, who could afford to ask for your prestigious help? Speaking of Yang's current assets, her net worth had surpassed 8 figures. It was just that she had always kept a low profile and didn't act like a capitalist. If it weren't for witnessing it herself, Li Yao would never believe that a girl only 19 years old could achieve so much. Moreover, she believed that Yang's achievements were far more than what they were now. Yang would only grow stronger each day. Yang swept the lock of hair beside her cheek to the back of her head, her tone light. It's actually Sister Yao who is teasing me. I'm hardly any big Buddha. Her current achievements had not yet reached 1/10 of those in her past life. She still needed to work hard. Downstairs, Gooden, Yang Guobao, and Mo Hudi were playing the blind man's bluff game with little Yun. Gooden brother, Debao brother, Sister Xiao Dai, where are you guys? Little Yun, with a cloth tied over her eyes, stretched out her hands searching around. Gooden, Yang Guobao, and Mo Hudi each covered their mouths, looking at little Yun with evil grins on their faces. No one responded, and little Yun was getting anxious. This anxiety often led to trouble. Her little feet stepped on a big stone. Smack! She fell to the ground. Yun's sister. Gooden's face turned pale, and he immediately rushed over. Yun's sister, are you all right? Ha! Gooden brother, I've caught you. Little Yun hugged Gooden's neck. Now it's Gooden brother's turn to be the blind man. Gooden was still unsure of what had happened, checking little Yun's feet. Yun's sister, are you okay? Does it still hurt? Haha. Gooden brother is a fool. Gooden finally realized and breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine as long as you're okay. I'll be the blind man then. Yang Guobao put his hands behind his back and walked over nonchalantly. Gooden is such a big fool. Source: web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137 Wedding Surprise _5. Debao, you can't call Gooden a big fool. Little Yun stood in front of Yang Guobao with her hands on her hips, declaring earnestly, although Gooden really is a big fool, you're not allowed to say it. Only I can call Gooden a big fool. Yang Guobao chuckled. Little Yun, you're a big fool too. Little Yun responded, I've decided not to be called Little Yun from now on. I want to be called Go Yun. Debao, you should call me Go Yun from now on. Yang Guobao thought about it seriously for a moment, then said, no, you can't be called Go Yun. Why? Yang Guobao came over and hugged Gooden's neck. Because Go is a special word between me and Gooden, only men in our dog generation can use it. You're a girl, so you can't use Go. That's gender discrimination. Little Yun, rubbing her eyes, walked up to Gooden. Gooden, I want to be part of the dog generation too. Gooden couldn't stand to see little Yun cry, hurriedly said. Okay, Go Yun. From now on you'll be Go Yun. Really? Little Anai Yun suddenly excited. Gooden patted little Anai Yun's head. Of course it's true. When has Gooden ever lied to you? But what if Debeo disagrees? Gooden continued, I'm the boss here, his opinion doesn't matter. Little Anai Yun immediately made a face at Yang Guobao and then joyfully spun around on the spot. Great. Great. From now on I'm Go Yun. I'm part of the dog generation too. Mo Hudi at the side. Are these three idiots? At this moment, little did the three know that the dog generation nicknames they were so proud of would become an embarrassing part of their past. Imagine this. A high-powered, stoic CEO. A righteous and upright diplomat. How on earth could such distinguished individuals be chased around and called Gooden and Debeo? The scene is too beautiful to even imagine. After playing the blindfolded catching game for a while, little Anai Yun found it boring. So the four of them played hide-and-seek together. The Ni family was bustling with guests today, along with the villagers from Jinghua village. The scene could really be described as packed like sardines. At the entrance of Jinghua village, Wu Yenyun had been waiting here for a long time. She was waiting for Zualing. It had been 10 minutes past the arranged time, but there was still no sign of Zualing. Did he chicken out at the last minute? Another 10 minutes passed, and Zualing finally showed up, albeit late. Brother Zua, you finally came. I thought you weren't coming. Zualing was wearing a brand new suit and trendy toed glasses. How could I not come? Let's go. Wu Yenyun nodded. Zualing then asked, what should we do later? Wu Yenyun replied, stick to the original plan. Zualing nodded. Okay. Just then, Wu Yenyun seemed to smell alcohol and turned back to look at Zualing. Have you been drinking? Yeah. As the saying goes, alcohol courageously boosts fear. He really needed a bit of liquid courage. A sneering light flashed in Wu Yanyun's eyes, and she continued, be careful later, make sure acquaintances don't notice us. I know. Today at the Ni family, everything was lively. Far away, Wu Yenyun could see Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui welcoming guests. Ni Tsuehua was dressed formally today, with makeup and high heels, her smile very obvious. The saying joy rejuvenates was clearly evident on her. Wu Yenyun scoffed. Ni Tsuehua was certainly interesting, disregarding her own daughter while hosting a wedding for a stepdaughter. If unaware people saw this, they would think Shangguan she was her biological daughter. Disgusting. Hypocritical. Such a person didn't deserve happiness at all. Wu Yanyun's hand clenched tighter inside her sleeve, her sharp fingernails piercing into her palm, blood staining her nails, but Wu Yenyun seemed to feel nothing at all. As if she had lost her sense of pain. In an instant, Wu Yenyun put away the malevolence on her face and walked to the side. There, little Anai Yun was playing hide-and-seek with her friends. Little Yun Yun, Wu Yenyun squatted in front of little Anai Yun. Little Anai Yun paused, then excitedly said, Hey! Your sister Yenyun. Sister, you're here too. Despite her young age, and because neither the Ni family nor Zhao Yu ever spoke ill of Wu Yenyun in front of little Anai Yun, her impression of Wu Yenyun remained as it was before. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138 Wedding Surprise _6. Wu Yenyun hated no one more than Ni Yang, except for little Ni Yun. Because little Ni Yun was simply the darling of the family, everything she ate, wore, and used was the best, and some items were even imported. Did she enjoy any of these when she was young? Starving, freezing, this was her entire childhood, and even as she grew up, she still faced these hardships. Life in the Wu family has only improved recently. Since the Ni family likes little Ni Yun so much, then she'll ruin her by her own hand. This is what they owe her. What she couldn't have, no one else should have either. She will make the entire Ni family suffer endlessly. Wu Yenyun snapped out of her thoughts and nodded with a smile. Yes, Sister Yenyun is here too. By the way, little Yun Yun, your second sister knows a place that's really good at hiding people. If you come with me, they definitely won't be able to find you. How about it? Okay. Little Ni Yun nodded. So easily deceived. Maybe that was just her fate. Wu Yenyun sneered. Better dead and transcended early, hoping little Anew won't be reborn into the Ni family in her next life. Come with me this way. Wu Yenyun led little Anew to the other side. By the way, do you want some candy from second sister? Yes. Little Aneyun's eyes lit up. Wu Yenyun handed a piece of candy to little Anew. Strawberry-flavored fruit candy. Also little Aneyun's favorite. Very sweet. Second sister, you are so kind. Wu Yenyun smiled faintly. Gradually, little Anew felt something was off and rubbed her eyes. Second sister, I'm so sleepy. Wu Yenyun carried little Anew over to Zhueling. Brother Zhua, let's hurry. Zhueling took little Anew. Xiaoxi hasn't come out yet. I want to see what she looks like in a wedding dress. Wu Yenyun's expression turned cold. Do you want to be discovered by others? Just a glance. Wu Yenyun furrowed her brows. No. Go with me. What's there to see in a woman who has changed her heart? Don't forget, she's getting married to someone else today. Hearing this, Zhueling's expression changed. Right. Shangguan, she is going to marry someone else. What was he lingering for? He will make Shangguan she remember this day for the rest of her life. Zhueling hardened his heart and turned around with little Anew in his arms. Wu Yenyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the village entrance, Wu Yenyun continued, I've got the person for you, what happens next is up to you. I'm going back. Zhueling nodded. Wu Yenyun walked a few steps, then turned back to look at Zhueling. Brother Zhua, remember my words, don't be weak and merciful. Little Anew might be young, but she's no good thing. We are ridding the people of a nuisance. I know. Wu Yenyun went on, Brother Zhua, remember this sentence, kindness to others is cruelty to oneself. Zhueling continued nodding. After saying all this, Wu Yenyun got on the bus home. Zhueling also walked away with little Anew. At the Ni family, Debao the cat sensed something was wrong, because he had found both Yangguo Bao and Mo Hudi, but not little Anew. Debao, Sister Xiao Dai, little Yun seems to have disappeared. No way. Mo Hudi was startled. I'll go upstairs and tell sister now. Yangguo Bao said, Debao, let's look for little Anew together. Upstairs, Anew inexplicably felt her heart racing. Yang, I think I just saw Zhueling. Shangguan, she came over from the corridor, looking uneasily at Anew. She had a bad feeling about seeing Zhueling at such a time. Zhueling. Anew squinted her eyes. Sister Xiaoxi, don't overthink it. I'll go check it out. As Anew reached the top of the stairs, she saw Debao running up panting. Sister Anew. What's wrong, Debao? Why are you running so fast? Debao was close to tears. Sister Anew, little Yun is missing. What? Aneyang's face turned pale. She took Debao's hand and began to walk. Debao, don't panic. Tell me what happened just now. Source. Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139 found Zhueling seeing Anew. Guden felt inexplicably reassured and quickly recounted what had happened. We were just playing hide and seek with Debao and Sister Xiao Dai, but although I found both Debao and Sister Xiao Dai, I couldn't find little Yun. I checked all her usual hiding spots. Anew tightly held Guden's hand. Guden, now take me to the place where you were playing hide and seek just now. Okay. Guden nodded. The place where the kids were playing hide and seek was right in front of the Ni family's courtyard. Some people were chatting away, others playing cards, all bustling with activity. When Zhueling appeared at the wedding, Anew already felt that something was amiss. Now, with Guden running over to say little Anew was missing, a sense of foreboding suddenly surged in Aneyang's heart. Could little Aneyun's disappearance be related to Zhueling? But to little Anew, Zhueling was a stranger. Little Anew was always cautious and would never follow a stranger. If Zhueling had forcibly taken little Anew away, she would definitely be crying non-stop. If little Anew cried, others would hear her. Besides relatives from the Ni family and the Shangguan family, there were villagers from Jinghua village present. They all knew little Anew. It made no sense for little Anew to be crying non-stop without anyone hearing. Considering this, Anew narrowed her eyes. There were only 3 answers Anew could think of right now. 1. Little Anew was taken somewhere to play by someone. 2. She was lured away by someone she knew, who then handed her over to Zhuling. 3. She fell asleep in some corner because of the hide-and-seek game. Each of these situations was possible. Seeing that Aneyang's expression was somewhat off, Xianxia, who was helping with the dowry, hurried over and asked, Yang, what's wrong? Anew glanced around and whispered, Yun is missing. What? Anew quickly stepped on tiptoes and covered Mo Kishan's mouth. Brother Mo, keep your voice down. Don't let others hear for now, especially Sister Xiaoxi and Brother Chen Jun. After all, today was Xianxia and Wu Chenjin's wedding, a once-in-lifetime event for Xianxia. Anew didn't want to scare her. After all, the Wu family was still waiting for their new bride. There was only such an auspicious time in a year, and if missed, one would have to wait till next year. Mo Qishan nodded slightly. Okay, I got it. I'll arrange for people to start searching immediately. Yang, don't panic yet. Although Anew was very anxious, she had to calm down. Right, Brother Mo, I heard Sister Xiaoxi says Wuling came to the wedding. You have someone check at Wuling's place first, and also get Wu Yenyun involved. Anew had been doing business and had not made enemies with anyone. Moreover, she led everyone to prosper together, so the villagers from nearby villages all had a very good impression of her. They had no reason to harm little Anew. So the only person Anew could think of was Wu Yenyun. The most crucial point was that Wu Yenyun had always harbored deep resentment against them, and little Anew had no guard against Wu Yenyun. If Wu Yenyun indeed harbored malicious intent, it would be much more convenient for her to act than others. Okay. Anew said. Then we'll split up to act. I'll go and inform my parents. Anai was entertaining guests with Shangguan Dehui. Anew walked over, took Shangguan Dehui's hand. Dad, could you come over for a minute? I have something to tell you. Okay. Seeing that Aneyang's expression was off, Shangguan Dehui immediately walked aside with her. Anew mentioned the matter about little Anew to Shangguan Dehui. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Dehui's face immediately changed color. Anew continued, Dad, quietly tell Mom about this. No matter what, it mustn't affect the normal progress of the wedding. Also, don't tell the grandpas and grandmas. Let's ask the 3 elders to entertain the guests for now, and then we'll go to the police station to report. Just at that moment, Anew walked out with 2 bags of wedding candies. What are you father and daughter talking about? Mom, come here a moment. Anew gestured to Anew. Anew smiled and said, What's the matter? Why so secretive? Anew repeated the story. As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on Aneihua's face froze at her lips. Anew held Aneihua's hand. Mom, don't panic yet. Brother Mo has already arranged for people to search. Now, please go and tell the grandpas and grandmas. Just say we have to leave for a bit. It's a bit troubling, but please have them continue entertaining the guests. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140 found Zhualing_2. Okay. I'll go right now. Anehu held back her tears and put a smile back on her face. Immediately after speaking, Anehu hastily turned around and left. Anew went upstairs to find Zhao Yu. Duo, do you still have any bird brothers around? Yes, what's up? Zhao Yu didn't know about the incident with little Anew yet. Originally, Anew didn't want to tell Zhao Yu about little Anew because Zhao Yu has a quick mouth, can't keep things to himself, and he's very fond of little Anew. She was afraid that Zhao Yu might accidentally let it slip. But now there were some things that only Zhao Yu could help with, so Anew had no choice but to tell him. As expected, after hearing the news, Zhao Yu was extremely anxious. Then I'll get my brothers and sisters to look for little Yun right now. Yang, do you think little Yun could have gotten into trouble? No way. Anew grabbed Zhao Ye's hand and continued. By the way, Duo, in order to ensure that today's wedding goes smoothly, We absolutely must not let Sister Xiaoxi and others find out about this. Seeing Ni Yang's serious expression, Zhao Yu nodded hurriedly. Okay. Yang, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Then if you find out any news, call for me immediately. I have to go out for a bit now. After speaking with Ni Yang, Zhao Yu immediately went outside and blew a few whistles, summoning a big flock of bird brothers. Inside the house, Ni Tsuehua briefly explained to the three elders that they needed to step out but did not mention little Ni Yun's disappearance. Ni Yang was right. Both families' relatives were here today and under no circumstance should they impact Shangguan Zai's wedding. Although Ni Tsuehua didn't say much, old Madame Shangguan still felt a bit uneasy. Dia, has something happened? If something happens, you and your husband mustn't hide it from us. You should tell us and we'll solve it together. If it weren't for something significant, Shangguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua would not have left so many people behind unattended. Ni Tsuehua shook her head. It's not a big deal, we just need to step out for a bit. Mom, please help us entertain the guests. We will be back soon. Are you sure nothing happened? Old Madame Shangguan was still not reassured. Truly nothing. Ni Tsuehua said earnestly. Madame Zhang came out and said, Ting, if it's nothing serious, you and Dehui should stay. Today is Xiaoxi's big day. How can you as parents leave? Ni Tsuehua was only the stepmother. Leaving at this time could potentially invite criticism. Just like that. We'll be back soon. Thank you for your help, both moms. After leaving these words behind, Ni Tsuehua hurriedly walked out. Have you told your parents? As soon as they walked outside, Shangguan Dehui came over holding the car keys. Dehui, Dia, let me go with you. Su Lian came over anxiously from the side. Su Lian was Shangguan Zai's aunt and had raised Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi single-handedly, so she held a certain position within the Shangguan family. Therefore, Shangguan Dehui told Su Lian about the situation so that if he and Ni Tsuehua did not return later, Su Lian could stand in for Ni Tsuehua to manage the situation. Shangguan Dehui said, No need, Sister Su Lian. Ni Yang and we will go. If we all go, it will make the guests suspicious. By the way, if they find Yun near home or if Yun comes back on her own, remember to call me. Okay, no problem. Su Lian nodded, then be careful on the road, don't be in a hurry. Ni Yang holding the car keys came from the other side. Mom, Dad, this way, it'll drive us there. Shangguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua got into Ni Yang's car. When Madame Zhang saw Ni Yang leaving as well, she started feeling that something was amiss and became uneasy. What big thing had happened, to make all three of them leave in such a hurry? Ni Yang cares deeply for her sister Shangguan Shi, and if it weren't for a serious matter, she wouldn't leave at such a moment. Madame Zhang held her husband's hand. Old man, I feel like something's wrong. Old Master Zhang had noticed something amiss too, but he understood that at this moment, they were the pillars of the household, and they certainly couldn't lose their composure. It's nothing, just overthinking. Taking good care of the guests is the best way to help Dehui and Ting. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141 found Zhualing _3. The car was fast, and it wasn't long before we arrived in the city. We successfully reported to the police station. Under normal circumstances, you have to wait 24 hours before reporting a missing person, but since little Ni Yun is only 4 years old this year and has no civil conduct capacity, she could be subjected to harm at any time. The police station immediately treated it as a criminal case and launched an investigation. Ni Yang had just come out of the police station when he saw Mo Kishin's car parked at the entrance. Yang. Mo Kishin got out of the car and hurried over. How is it? Did you find Yun? No. Ni Yang shook his head. How about on your end? Mo Kishin continued. Just got a report that Wu Yenyun did meet with Zhualing last night. Now Zhualing is nowhere to be found, and Wu Yenyun is at home. Let's go take a look at the Wu family. Ni Yang suggested. Okay, well take my car. Mo Kishin opened the car door for Ni Yang. As they settled into the car, Mo Kishin continued. Yang, don't worry, I've already had someone watch all the major train stations and airports. They will report to me immediately if they spot anyone suspicious. Can we locate where Zhueling went now? Anew asked. Anew wasn't afraid that Xiaonie was abducted, but she was more worried that Xiaonie might have been harmed. Mo Qishan shook his head. No response yet. In this era without surveillance cameras, finding someone's whereabouts in a short time is truly difficult. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at the Wu family's residence. Today both Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju were at home. Seeing Anew and Mo Qishan arriving, the Wu couple were very surprised. Their intuition told them something must have happened. Yang Xiaoma, why have you come? Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu came up to ask. Anew didn't have time to elaborate, he directly asked. Godfather, godmother, is Yanyan at home? At home, Wu Jinshu immediately nodded. I'll call her out for you. Wu Jinshu hurried off to the bedroom to fetch someone. As Yan Erju was busy pouring water for Anew and Mo Qishan, she asked, Yang, you're in such a hurry to find Xiaoyun, did something happen? Or did Xiaoyun cause more trouble for you again? Anew said, we can only know after we ask her. Upon hearing this, Yan Erju turned pale and quickly grabbed Aneyang's hand. Yang, tell me the truth, what has happened? It's just something we need to confirm with her. Anew spoke calmly. Godmother, no need to busy yourself, we won't have water. Just then, Wu Jinshu came out of the bedroom, dragging along an unwilling Wu Yenyun. The last person Wu Yenyun wanted to see now was Anew. Half out of guilt, half out of dislike. Father, what are you doing? I've already told you, I don't want to see those irrelevant people. Wu Yenyun struggled forcefully. Wu Jinshu was strong. He directly pulled Wu Yenyun in front of Anew. Yang, hey, race the person. Ask whatever you want to ask directly. Don't worry, as her parents, we will absolutely not cover for her. Anew looked at Wu Yenyun. Tell me the truth, does Yanyan's disappearance have anything to do with you? Upon hearing this, Yan Erju's heart skipped a beat. She quickly asked, Yunyun disappeared? Anew nodded. Yan Erju immediately turned to look at Wu Yenyun. Xiaoyun, did you hide little Yunyun somewhere? It wasn't me. Wu Yenyun said angrily. Her disappearance is her fate. What does it have to do with me? Why do you question me? Am I their nanny? Do I look after their child? This is ridiculous. This is Aneyun's fate. Just like how she was abandoned 18 years ago. It's because you have a previous offense. Anew stared at Wu Yenyun, pronouncing each word clearly. Would a normal person harm an innocent bird out of spite? Instantly, Wu Yenyun seemed like a different person, her features twisted as she said, Anew, this is slander. False accusation. You are subject to legal responsibility. Are you a police officer? Do you have evidence? I'll sue you in court. Why should Anew question her with such an air of superiority? What gives her the right? Anew and she are sisters related by blood, but Anew had never treated her as a sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the first person Anew thought of when Aneyun disappeared. Why should Anew doubt her? Besides, even if it were her, what about it? Because from the beginning to the end, Anew and the Anew family were the ones in the wrong. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated by Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142 found Zhueling_4. 18 years ago, the Anew family cast her aside. Now she can likewise demand an eye for an eye from Anew. That would be fair. Anew stretched out her hand, her pale fingers gripping Wu Yenyun's chin tightly, gradually increasing the pressure. As her red lips parted slightly, she uttered, Listen, if I find out this has anything to do with you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Each word was ice-cold, sending shivers down one's spine. Even Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju, who were nearby, felt a chill run through them. It was an odd sensation, considering Anew was just a girl of around 18 or 19, but she exuded the air of a seasoned superior. After saying those words, Anew let go of Wu Yenyun and turned to Mo Qishan. Brother Mo, let's go. Okay, Mo Qishan nodded. After the two of them left, Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu immediately confronted Wu Yenyun. Tell us honestly, does little Yunyun's disappearance have anything to do with you? No. Wu Yenyun screamed. How many times do I have to say it? No means no. Am I your daughter, or are they your daughters? Why are you always so biased? If you dislike me now, you shouldn't have picked me up in the first place. The reason I turned out like this is all because of you. Because you didn't provide me with a good family environment. Think about all the hardships I've been through growing up. If she had grown up by Ni Kuihua's side just like Ni Yang, she would definitely be living a better life than Ni Yang right now. What is Ni Yang anyway? Without the Zheng family, what would she amount to? Wu Jinshu raised his hand and slapped Wu Yenyun across the face. You ungrateful thing, you better truly have nothing to do with this. Otherwise, even your mom and I won't be able to hold our heads high. Yan Erju, with tears in her eyes, grabbed Wu Yanyun's hand. Xiaoyun, I know you have always been a good child since you were little, you absolutely mustn't do anything foolish. If you are really hiding Yunyun, tell mom and dad now, before it turns into a major mistake, okay? Wu Yenyun shook off Yan Erju's hand. I've said it's not me, can't you stop nagging? On the other end, just as Ni Yang got into Mo Kishin's car, Mo Kishin's pager went off. After reading the message, Mo Kishin looked at Ni Yang. Yang, there's news from Zhualing, really? Ni Yang's eyes brightened. Yes. Ni Yang nodded slightly, then quickly found a public phone booth and pulled the car over to the side. They approached the phone booth, and Mo Kishin immediately made a call, which was promptly answered. Holding the phone to his ear, a frost seemed to settle on Mo Kishin's brow as he turned to Ni Yang. Yang, Yunyun is indeed with Zhualing. Do you know the address? I do. Mo Kishin nodded. First notify my mom and them, then well confront Zhualing. After informing Ni Tsuehua and the others, Ni Yang promptly opened the driver's door. I'll drive this time. This was the first time Mo Kishin knew that Ni Yang was such a skilled driver. Dust swirled in their wake as the car sped through. Mo Kishin's pager kept buzzing non-stop. Yang, turn around and head toward Shao Mountain. Zhualing's location is constantly changing. Screech. The sound of a sharp brake sounded, and the car immediately changed direction. Did you notify my dad? Mo Kishin bowed his head, pressing the pager. I'm sending a message to notify him now. Time ticked by second, and in a blink of an eye, it was the auspicious moment for the bride to get into the car. Under normal circumstances, just before the bride gets into the car, the mother is supposed to say some auspicious words. Seeing that the person saying these words was Su Lian, Xianxia felt a bit puzzled. Aunt, where's my mom? Not only Ni Tsuehua, Xianxia felt it had been quite a while since she saw Ni Yang as well. Su Lian responded with a smile. Your mom and dad are busy downstairs. What? It's not okay for your aunt to do this. Xianxia said. No, aunt, it's not that. Su Lian covered Xianxuan's eyes veil while speaking. Okay, Xiaoxi, your aunt understands you meant no disrespect. From now on, you are entering the sacred hall of matrimony. Soon you will be a wife and a mother. Listening to Su Lian's words, Xianxia felt an uneasy premonition. At that moment, Wu Chenjun extended his hand to Xianxia with a smile. Xiaoxi, marry me, I will make you happy from now on. Xianxia reached out her hand, and then Wu Chenjun picked her up by the waist and they descended the stairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143 found Zhualing_5. Downstairs, Xianxia saw Grandpa Zheng, Grandma Zhang, and Grandma Xianxuan, but Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yan were nowhere to be found. Even Xianxuan Dehui had disappeared. This was just too strange. Before Xianxuan could react, Wu Chenjun shoved her into the back seat of the car. Elsewhere, Ni Tsuehua sat in the back seat of the police car, glancing at her wristwatch. Her face suddenly changed. It was past the auspicious hour, and it was almost time for Xianxuan to take her vows at the church. That part of the ceremony, where the father escorts the daughter, simply could not go ahead without Xianxuan Dehui. Without Xianxuan Dehui as the father, how could the ceremony proceed? Dehui, you must take a taxi to the church right now, there's still time, she urged. Xianxuan Dehui said, at this hour, how could I be in the mood to go to the church? Anai Tsuehua looked at Shangguan Dehui seriously and said, Dehui, for Xiaoxi, you must go. At this moment, Xiaoxi cannot be without you. After you've taken the vows, then come back here. We still haven't found Zueling. You staying here is just a waste of time. What if Zueling is found right away? Shangguan Dehui retorted. Anai Tsuehua said, if we do find Zueling, the police will be there. You won't be much help. Please get out of the car now. Don't disappoint Xiaoxi, and don't delay any longer. After the vows, hurry back here. We can keep in touch with our pagers. With that, Anai Tsuehua raised her voice towards the police officer in front. Officer, please stop the car, it's my eldest daughter's wedding day, and my spouse needs to get to the church immediately. Okay. After the car stopped, Shangguan Dehui was still reluctant to get out, because little Anai Yun needed him more than Shangguan she did. Anai Tsuehua pushed him out of the car. Dehui, go quickly and come back soon. Don't disappoint me. After the words fell, Anai Tsuehua quickly closed the car door. Watching the police car drive away, Shangguan Dehui sighed helplessly, and promptly hailed a taxi. After getting in, he handed the driver 20 yuan. Master, I need to get to the Sacred Heart Cathedral at 58 South Street. Can you please drive as fast as possible? With money, things become easier, especially since it was 20 yuan. The driver pressed the accelerator. All right. Please fasten your seatbelt. The journey was smooth, and it took only about 10 minutes to get to the cathedral. Upon seeing Shangguan Dehui, Shangguan she breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, why did you come alone? Where's Mom and Yang? Shangguan Dehui replied, they are at home entertaining the guests. Shangguan she said in confusion, but I didn't see them at home just now. Shangguan Dehui smiled and said, there are so many guests at home, it's normal for you to get confused. Where else would they be if not at home? By the way, has the ceremony not started yet? Shangguan she turned to look at the wall clock and replied, it seems the priest was delayed by something, the ceremony can start in 5 minutes. Good, Shangguan Dehui said with a sense of urgency, yet he had to maintain his composure on the surface. Shangguan she went on, aren't Mom and Yang coming to the ceremony? Intuition told Shangguan she that something very abnormal was happening. The house is too busy, Shangguan Dehui answered. Xiaoxi, you don't blame them, do you? Shangguan she shook her head. Dad, tell me, has something happened at home? Shangguan Dehui just laughed. You child, what nonsense are you talking about on such a happy day? What could possibly go wrong at home? Just then, the priest arrived, and they started preparing for the vows. Shangguan Dehui took Shangguan Zai's hand. Let's go, Xiaoxi. The chimes of the cathedral rang, and everything became solemn and serious. Looking at all the faces of her relatives below, Shangguan she slowly steadied her heart. After the vows were over, Shangguan Dehui immediately left. Here, Zueling's location had been confirmed. By the time Shangguan Dehui arrived, Ni Yen, Mo Qishan, Ni Tsuehua, and others were already there. At a dilapidated building, Zueling was holding little Ni Yun hostage with one hand and clutching a sharp dagger with the other, capable of inflicting harm at any moment. The police were negotiating with Zueling, whose emotions were extremely agitated. Little Ni Yun was also very scared, crying for her sister and mother. Zueling himself did not expect the situation to unravel this way. He originally just wanted to kill little Ni Yun to vent his anger, and he hadn't anticipated the police getting involved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144 found Zueling_6. Shut up! Zueling fiercely grabbed little Ni Yun by the hair. Little Ni Yun was just a nominal 4-year-old child. She had never experienced anything like this and, terrified, quickly shut her mouth, but her tears still uncontrollably streamed down. Yun Yun! Yun Yun! Ni Tsuehua cried nearly to the point of fainting. Shangguan Dehui hurried to comfort her. It's okay, Dia, believe me, Yun Yun will definitely be fine. With that, Shangguan Dehui looked towards Zueling again. Xiaozhua, calm down, let's sit down and talk about it. The child is innocent. Can you let go of Yun Yun, please? Yun Yun is only 4 years old this year. But no matter what everyone said, Zueling remained silent. If it doesn't explode in silence, it will perish in silence. If this continues, Something terrible will definitely happen. Anew looked towards Emo Qishan. Brother Emo, have you contacted Zwiling's parents yet? Emo Qishan glanced at his wristwatch. They should be arriving soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a car engine came from outside, followed by two figures stumbling and tumbling in from outside. They were Zwiling's father and mother. Lingling. Silly child, what foolish thing are you doing? Quickly, put that little girl down. Lingling. What are you doing? By doing this, do you still want your parents to live? Upon seeing his parents, Zwiling's expression finally softened, and he cried out, Mom and Dad. I'm sorry. It's your son's fault. From now on, just pretend you never had me as your son. Sorry. He didn't want it to be this way either. He didn't even understand how things had ended up this way. By the time he realized it, things had already gone out of control. Zwiling's mother collapsed to the ground. Lingling, what's bothering you? Why do you have to do this? Mom is kneeling here begging you. Please let that little girl go. On the way here, the police already told me that as long as you turn back, they won't hold you responsible. Lingling, Mom knows you're a good child. You've just been confused for a moment. Lingling. Turn back, it's safe. Zwiling, crying, shook his head. Mom, I can't go back now, I can't go back. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. What do they mean they won't hold him accountable? He has committed such a heinous crime. How could they possibly not hold him accountable? Did they really think he was a 3-year-old child? Would he believe such nonsense? Seeing her son so stubborn, Zwiling's mother was exceedingly anxious. Her son was only 24 years old and had a bright future ahead. He must not be burdened with murder. Lingling, please listen, how can you do this to your mom and dad? Lingling. Lingling, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Hearing this seemed to infuriate Zwiling even more. Why? Isn't it all because of that bitch Anew? If it weren't for Anew, Xianxia and I would not have broken up. If Xianxia and I didn't break up, I would be the one marrying her now. It's all Anew. All her fault, that bitch. So I want revenge. I want her to suffer as I have. I want her to live a life worse than death. At these words, a chill went over Emo Qishan's face even thicker. If it wasn't because little Anew was still in the hands of this scumbag Zwiling, he would have already killed him. Emo Qishan took a step forward. Zwiling, you want to marry Xianxia just for money. I promise you now, if you release Anew, I can immediately give you 3 million in cash, plus, I'll give you a plane ticket to Y country. You can live a worry-free life for the rest of your days. 3 million. Zwiling scoffed. Just you? Emo Qishan clapped his hands lightly twice, and immediately 2 men in black suits brought a briefcase over, opening the lid to reveal neat stacks of USD inside. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected Emo Qishan to have prepared such a move. Especially Xianxia de Hui. The Emo Qishan tonight had greatly broadened his horizons. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that this man, chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine, is known in Beijing as a useless layabout? Moreover, how could a so-called layabout produce 3 million in cash within minutes? How could a layabout have influence spread across major areas in Beijing? If it weren't for Emo Qishan tonight, it would have been almost impossible for them to find Zwiling so quickly. Emo Qishan continued, Zwiling, as long as you release Anew, all these items will be yours. Zwiling squinted his eyes, a greedy glint surfacing. Throw the money over first. Just as Emo Qishan was about to order someone to throw the suitcase over, Anew suddenly picked up the briefcase and walked straight ahead. Yang. Emo Qishan yelled anxiously. Anew turned back and smiled at Emo Qishan. Seeing that smile, Emo Qishan inexplicably felt a bit more at ease. It's going to be okay. Anew will definitely be alright. Anew, carrying the suitcase, took steps towards Zwiling. Don't come any closer, just throw the suitcase over. Zwiling pulled little Anew and retreated several steps backward. Anew looked at Zwiling. Zwiling, it's me you hate. My sister has nothing to do with this. I'll give you the suitcase. Can you please release my sister? Do you think I'm an idiot? Zwiling roared. The moment I release this girl, you'll immediately capture me. No, we won't. Anew shook her head. I am offering myself in exchange for my sister. If you want to vent your anger, hit me, kill me, I have no complaints, but my sister is innocent. Ling hesitated. He hated Anew. He really wanted to kill Anew. Choosing little Anew initially because children are easy to deceive, and now given Anew had come by herself, he saw no need for courtesy. Then come over. Okay. Anew nodded. Wait a second. Ling suddenly spoke. What is it? Anew stopped. Ling continued. How do I know if you've brought any weapons on you? Anew took off her jacket and threw it on the ground. Is this okay now? After taking off her jacket, she was only wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans. Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Come on over. Okay. Anew nodded and slowly walked towards him. Mo Qishan was closely monitoring Aneyang's moves from his position, not missing any detail. As she came closer to Ling, Anew stopped. Can you release my sister now? Ling tightly grasped little Aneyang's hair with one hand while holding a sharp dagger with the other. Come a bit closer. Anew walked directly up to Ling and stopped. Ling kept a tight grip on little Aneyang's hair while moving the knife-holding hand to Aneyang's neck, then suddenly kicked little Anew away. It was at this moment that Anew suddenly countered, grabbing Ling's hand, and with her left elbow, she fiercely struck Ling's chest. Mo Qishan also seized this opportunity, rushing forward with a spinning kick. The two coordinated perfectly. Bang! Snap! Two sounds erupted, one sharp and one dull. The sharp one was the sound of the dagger hitting the ground. The dull one was the sound of Ling being kicked away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145 Arrest Wu Yinyun. Mo Qishan kicked Ling forcefully, sending him flying a meter away, as a thick trail of blood emerged from the corner of his mouth. In a turn of his gaze, Mo Qishan's eyes met Aneyang's in midair, both corners of their lips slightly curving into a faint smile. It must be said, the tacit understanding between them at that moment was incredibly high. With the danger now eliminated, Aneytewa hurried over and embraced little Anew in her arms. Yun. How is Yun? Anew also walked over. Ling's kick had been far from gentle, and coupled with a considerable fright, little Anew had fallen into unconsciousness. Yun, are you okay? Don't scare Mommy. Anew reached out and held little Aneyun's wrist. Mom, don't worry, Yun is fine. Saying she was fine was merely to stabilize Aneyhua's emotions. In reality, little Aneyun's condition was very serious. Really? Aneyhua was somewhat incredulous. Shangguan Dehui said, Would Yang lie to you? Dia, don't worry. Immediately, paramedics came with a stretcher and carried little Anew onto the ambulance. Seeing that everyone's attention was on little Anew, Zhu's father and mother quickly went over to Ling, helped him up, and said, Let's go. Ling, let's get out of here. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Ling was their only son. Under no circumstance could they let him go to jail. But the nearby police didn't give them the chance to escape, arresting Zhu's parents and restraining Ling, with cold handcuffs clasping around his wrists. Click. In that instant, Ling knew he was finished. Once handcuffs are on, it's not easy to take them off. Mom, save me. Ling struggled intensely, his face covered with snot and tears, appearing extremely wretched. He had underestimated Anew. He had thought Anew was just a weak woman, but she was not at all what he imagined. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would have killed the smaller one right away. Now he hadn't accomplished anything and still had to go to jail, which was a huge loss. What now? What do we do now? Ling was panicking and flustered. Lingling. Zhu's mother rushed to the police, crying and hitting them. You bastards! Let my son go, or I will never let you off. Stop it. The police wouldn't take any of Zhu's mother's antics. If everyone behaved like her, what would be the point of the law? Ma'am, if you continue like this, we will have to arrest you for assaulting an officer. Assaulting an officer? That's not a trivial matter. Hearing this, Zhu's father was terrified, instantly hugging Zhu's mother. Calm down. Please calm down. Zhu's mother cried out. Lingling, my Lingling. Oh, my Lingling. Soon, the ambulance arrived at the hospital. Upon examination by the doctor, little Anayun's condition was not good. She was too small and fragile, and Zwiling's kick had directly damaged her liver, causing liver hemorrhage, concussion, and eardrum damage, so she urgently needed surgery, which was highly risky. Hearing this news, Enai Tsuehua fainted. Worried about both little Anayun's condition and Enai Tsuehua, Shangguan Dehui was thankful that Enai Yang and Mo Qishan were by his side. Mo Qishan busily handled various procedures, while Enai Yang communicated with the surgeon about the operation, deciding to participate in the surgery herself for a combination of Eastern and Western techniques. Due to little Enai Yun's young age, the surgeon could not guarantee there wouldn't be any lingering effects on her hearing and liver function. Shortly after, the red light in the operating room turned on. Two anxious men waited outside the door, ready to handle any emergencies should Enai Tsuehua encounter any during the process, forcing Shangguan Dehui to run between the operating room and the ward. On the other hand, hotel, wedding venue. Wu Chenjin's parents and grandmother had both arrived at the hotel. Looking back at Shangguan Zai's side, besides three elderly people, Su Lian and Shangguan Su, Shangguan Zai's parents weren't seen at all since the beginning. Enai Tsuehua was, after all, a stepmother. At this point, Wu Chenjin's relatives started wildly speculating, questioning whether Enai Tsuehua didn't value her stepdaughter Shangguan Shi enough to even miss such an important occasion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146 Arrest Wu Yenyu _2. The Wu family's parents were okay, because they had met Enai Tsuehua and knew that Enai Tsuehua was not that kind of person, but Wu Chenjin's grandmother was somewhat unhappy. The elderly placed the greatest value on etiquette and reputation. No matter what, Shangguan Shi is their Wu family's eldest daughter-in-law. How could her parents not be present at such an important moment? What would outsiders think of Shangguan Shi? What would they think of their Wu family? Those who didn't know might think that the Wu family had been rude and offended Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui, and that was why the couple hadn't even shown their faces. Mom, don't be angry. Maybe the in-laws had some emergency that delayed them. Chen Qian, Wu Chenjin's mother, persuaded the Wu family's elderly matriarch. The Wu family's elderly matriarch frowned and said, "What could possibly be more important than their own daughter's wedding?" Chen Qian was stunned. She really couldn't think of a reason that would make both Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua absent. The Wu family's elderly matriarch continued, "I originally thought Xiaoxi was a good stepmother, but I didn't expect her to show her true colors so quickly. Who is she performing for? Is she purposely embarrassing Xiaoxi, or the Wu family? If this gets out, what will others think of our Wu family? All the stepmothers in the world are cut from the same cloth." The Wu family's elderly matriarch stomped the ground with her walking stick. The elderly lady was truly very angry, because she really couldn't think of any reason that Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua could be absent. Wu Zhihao advised, "Mom, there are some things that aren't appropriate to discuss publicly. Maybe they really did have some urgent matter to attend to. I've known Dehui for so many years, I know he's not careless, and the mother-in-law too, you can tell she's also a very reasonable person." The Wu family's elderly matriarch was still somewhat displeased. Even if there was really some big issue, a word in advance would have been appropriate. The Wu family isn't unreasonable. If there had been a big issue, speaking up might have allowed us to offer help. What does it mean for them to not offer any explanation at all? Master Mo and Madame Mo also attended the wedding and found it strange not to see Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua. Back in Jinghua village, the couple Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui were still entertaining the guests, but when it came time for Shangguan Shi to get in the car, Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Shi had disappeared. At the church ceremony, Shangguan Dehui appeared briefly, but after the process was completed, he disappeared again. They came and went like the wind. By rights, today was Shangguan Zai's big day, and neither of them were people without discretion. They shouldn't have acted this way. Master Mo looked around and then lowered his head to ask Madame Mo, "How long has it been since you've seen little Enai Yun?" Madame Mo was startled. "It seems to have been a while." "Yang seems to have disappeared too," Master Mo continued. Madame Mo squinted her eyes and then said, "Now that you mention it, it seems that as soon as Yang's dad and mom disappeared, little Enai Yun and Yang both vanished." Master Mo nodded. Could something have happened? Madame Mo's brow twitched as she looked at Master Mo. What could have happened? Master Mo stroked his beard. Madame Mo looked around and added, "It seems little Yun Yun is also missing." This statement indeed reminded Master Mo. Could it be little Yun Yun is missing, and that's why they all went to look for her? Madame Mo shook her head. "I think that's unlikely." Adele was also anxious. The wedding was nearly over, and she still hadn't seen her parents and sister. How could she not be worried? Duo, where did my parents and sister go?" she asked. Zhao Yu, who had promised Ni Yong not to talk about the matter indiscriminately, shook his head and said, "I don't know either." At the time, after learning that little Ni Yun had been kidnapped by Zueling, Ni Yong had sent her a message, but after that message, there had been no further news. No idea if they had found Zueling now. After the wedding, Zhao Yu, Adele, Shangguan Su, and others, as the bride's family, escorted Shangguan Shi to the Wu family. It also served to bolster their courage. It meant to let the Wu family see that Shangguan Shi had many in her maternal family behind her, warning the Wu family not to bully Shangguan Shi. The Wu family was a large clan, and there were many elders present at this time. One of Wu Chenjin's great-uncles confronted Shangguan Shi on the spot, demanding to know what exactly was going on with Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147 Arrest Wu Yenyun _3. How could they be absent from such an important occasion? How will outsiders view our Wu family after this? This is a matter that concerns the honor of the Wu family, and large clans care deeply about such matters. Shangguan Shi also felt wronged. Ever since Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui disappeared, all sorts of rumors had been buzzing around her. She knew her parents must have run into some trouble, otherwise, they wouldn't have been absent like this without any reason. Wu Chenjun blocked Shangguan Zai's path. "Great uncle, this has nothing to do with Xiaoxi, you have no reason to blame her. Moreover, I believe my in-laws are not that kind of people. Please don't jump to conclusions and make innocent people suffer before understanding what happened." The old matriarch of the Wu family tapped her walking stick. "Today, in front of so many people, your in-laws did not show their faces. How will outsiders look at our Wu family in the future? If this spreads, everyone will think it's our Wu family's lack of graciousness." Wu Chenjun continued, "Aren't Xiaoxi's grandmother and maternal grandparents here? Aren't the faces of these three elders prestigious enough?" The old matriarch of the Wu family retorted, "Chenjun, you're young and you don't understand the intricacies of social interactions. Even if these three elders didn't come today, no one would say anything. But it's different for your in-laws. They are Xiaoxi's parents." At this point, the old matriarch of the Wu family looked towards Shangguan Shi and continued, "Xiaoxi, I know you're a good child, so I don't blame you, nor your father. But that stepmother of yours is to blame. She must have instigated something, otherwise, your father wouldn't be so confused as to miss his own daughter's wedding. Xiaoxi, since she doesn't care about her daughter's reputation, from now on, you don't have to acknowledge that stepmother anymore. Such a person really can't be presented in public." "Grandma!" Shangguan Su, who had been silent, stood up from the sofa. "Aren't your words a bit too much?" He had been silent before because they were indeed at fault, but now, he had to stand up. He didn't know the reason why his parents missed Shangguan Zai's wedding. When Shangguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua left, they mentioned it to him, just saying they would go out for a while and asked him to look after the house. He didn't expect that their leaving would turn into almost a whole day. The old matriarch of the Wu family looked at Shangguan Su with an authoritative face. "If she can do such a thing, why can't I say it? Our Wu family is certainly not a mediocre family that can't be seen in public." Because of this statement, the air fell into a silence. Shangguan Zu's face turned somewhat unsightly. Shangguan Zai's eyes began to redden. "No matter what, today you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, whether Xiaoxi acknowledges her mother in the future is not up to me. But our Wu family will definitely not recognize this mother-in-law." At this point, Zhao Yu couldn't care about the consequences and stood up from the sofa. "Old lady, you should be grateful that today's wedding could still be successfully held. Had it been any other family, chaos would have ensued. If it weren't for Ni Yang keeping the overall situation in mind, the wedding of Shangguan Shi and Zueling might have to wait until next year." Duo, do you know what happened?" Shangguan Shi looked at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu nodded and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing that little Anew had been taken away by Zueling and was even subjected to life-threatening danger, Shang Guanxi turned pale, staggering a few steps before being caught by Wu Chenjun, who was behind her. Otherwise, she would have fallen to the ground. Wu Chenjun quickly consoled Shang Guanxi. "Xiaoxi, don't panic. Yunyun is blessed with good fortune, she will definitely be fine." The Wu family, which had been deeply angry, now all lowered their hostility. After all, this was a matter of life and death. The old matriarch of the Wu family's face couldn't hide her unease. "What about my in-laws and mother-in-law? Such a big thing happened. How could they not inform us? If it's too difficult to speak of, we could have thought of a solution together to look for her." Zhao Yu said, "If the issue was made known to everyone, could the wedding have been held smoothly? My maternal grandparents kept it secret for fear of delaying the auspicious time and went to look on their own. I did not expect you to speak so poorly of them. Kind intentions are treated like an ungrateful deed." The old matriarch of the Wu family was momentarily speechless, filled with regret for her previous behavior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148 Arrest Wu Yenyu _4. She really shouldn't have. She shouldn't have wronged Enai Tsuehua without knowing the whole story. Now it seems that Enai Tsuehua is not only not a bad stepmother, but is actually a very understanding and good mother. Her own daughter was in a life-or-death crisis, yet she still thought of her stepdaughter's wedding. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to remain so calm, nor would they sacrifice their own daughter to fulfill their stepdaughter's happiness. Upon this thought, the elder Mrs. Wu immediately apologized to Shang Guanxi. "Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. Grandma wrongly accused your mom without knowing the situation earlier. I really shouldn't have." The elder Mrs. Wu is a reasonable old lady, and if it was her mistake, then she would not shirk responsibility. That uncle who stood up for the Wu family just now quietly slipped away because he couldn't save face. Originally planning to properly teach these clueless youngsters a lesson, who would have thought it turned out to be a huge misunderstanding? Shang Guanxi, pale-faced, shook her head. "It's nothing, I'm just worried about Yunyun's condition." Duo, how is Yunyun now?" She knew that encountering Zueling at the wedding was not a good sign, but she didn't expect Zueling would harm little Anew. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her misjudgment of people, little Anew wouldn't have suffered this calamity. Little Anew was taken away by Zueling, and she was still busy getting married. She really shouldn't have. Shang Guanxi now blamed herself to death. Zhao Yu sighed. "I don't know either, my dad hasn't sent a message yet." As soon as these words fell, Zhao Yu's pager beeped. "It must be from my dad." Zhao Yu hurriedly took out his pager. "How is it?" Shang Guanxi asked urgently. Zhao Yu continued. "They found her, there at the hospital, and little Yunyun is still in surgery." The elder Mrs. Wu quickly turned to a servant and said, "Old Zhao, get the car ready, we're going to the hospital right away. By the way, Duo, is it at the city hospital?" Zhao Yu nodded. The group hurriedly drove to the hospital. Shang Guanxi didn't even have time to change out of her wedding toast attire. When they arrived, the surgery was not yet finished. Mo Qishan was waiting outside the operating room. Seeing so many people, Mo Qishan wasn't surprised. Shang Guanxi hurriedly ran over and asked, "How is the situation now? Why are you here alone? Where are my parents and Yang? Mo Qishan replied, "Yunyun's injuries are very serious, so Yang is also involved in the surgery. Your aunt felt uncomfortable, and your uncle is taking care of her." "What's wrong with my mom?" Shang Guanxi asked eagerly. Mo Qishan carried on, "Your aunt fainted, it's not too serious, you don't need to worry." "Where is my mom now?" "In Ward A101 on the 3rd floor." The group hurriedly ran up to the ward. Enai Tsuehua had just fainted from being worked up, and the situation wasn't too serious. Shang Guanxi and the others hadn't been there long before Enai Tsuehua woke up. Seeing Shang Guanxi and the others, Enai Tsuehua said in surprise, "Xiaoxi, why have you come? At a time like this, how could you, a new bride, be absent?" Shang Guanxi hugged Enai Tsuehua and cried, "The wedding is already over. Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Enai patted Shang Guanxi's back. "Silly child, how could this be blamed on you? This has nothing to do with you, you mustn't think that way." The elder Mrs. Wu apologized from behind. Xiaoxi's mom, I'm really sorry. We nearly misunderstood you because you and Xiaoxi's dad didn't attend Xiaoxi's wedding. Although she had already apologized to Shangguanxi, she still owed Anai Cuihua an apology. She shouldn't have thought of Anai Cuihua that way before. Only then did Anai Cuihua notice the elder Mrs. Wu. Elder Mrs. Wu, why have you come too? This is our family's affair. I'm sorry for making you worried. Xiaoxi's mom, please don't say that. It's our Wu family that has wronged you. After speaking a few words with the elder Mrs. Wu, Anai Cuihua finally had a moment to ask about little Anai Yun's condition. Dehui, how is Yun Yun doing? Shangguan Dehui replied, Yang is also in the operating room. Dia, don't worry, Yun Yun will be out soon. Not to make Shangguanxi feel guilty, Anai Cuihua had to hide her extreme worry, even though she was very anxious. She needs to be strong. Anai Cuihua looked at Shangguanxi and continued, Xiaoxi, it's fine as long as your dad and I are here at the hospital. You should take Qinjun and bring the elder Mrs. Wu and your grandparents-in-law back home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149 Arrest Wu Yanyu _5. Xiaoxiu, you should take Adele and Duo and head back too. You aren't doctors, and having so many people staying at the hospital is pointless. Once Yun's surgery is successful and she's out, I'll call you guys at home. Shangguan Dehui stood by, nodding, your mom is right. You guys should head back. The hospital is full of bacteria. It's not really a good place. Although Anai Cuihua and Shangguan Dehui said so, neither Shangguan Su nor Shangguanxi left. Instead, they joined everyone else outside the operating room on the second floor, waiting for little Anai Yun to come out. The group had been waiting outside for over 2 hours when the lights inside the operating room finally turned off, and the door slowly opened. Several people in white coats came out. Although they were all dressed similarly and wore light blue masks, Mo Qishan recognized that tall figure immediately. He quickly stepped forward and asked, Yang, how did the surgery go? Anai Yang slowly took off her mask, revealing a face as delicate as a painting. The surgery was very successful. Really? Yang, you're not lying to mom? Anai Cuihua walked over and grabbed Anai Yang's hand. Anai Yang said with a smile, Mom, why would I lie to you about something like this? Yun is really all right, and she won't have any sequelae in the future. What? You don't trust my medical skills? That's wonderful. Anai Cuihua hugged Anai Yang excitedly. This is truly wonderful. Hearing this, Shangguanxi also sighed in relief. If little Anai Yun had any sequelae, she would have been the sinner. Noticing Shangguanxi's thoughts, Anai Yang walked over, held Shangguanxi's hand, and said, Sister Xiaoxi, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. If I'm not wrong, there's someone behind all this. For little Anai Yun, Zuoling was a stranger. Just by himself, Zuoling couldn't take little Anai Yun away. So, Anai Yang suspected it was Wu Yun. Anai Yang's suspicion wasn't unfounded because after Mo Qishan's investigation, it was revealed that not only did Wu Yun meet Zuoling the night before the incident, but Wu Yun had also appeared at the wedding venue on the morning little Anai Yun was taken away by Zuoling. If Wu Yun wanted to dupe little Anai Yun, it would have been too easy. As an older sister, Anai Yang truly didn't want to witness this scene. But if it really was Wu Yun, then Anai Yang would definitely not forgive her. Yang, do you know something? Anai Cuihua grabbed Anai Yang's hand. Anai Yang didn't directly answer Anai Cuihua's question but said instead, Mom and Dad, you stay at the hospital. Mo brother and I need to make a trip to the police station. I believe the police will bring justice for Yun. Okay. Anai Cuihua nodded. Anai Yang looked at Mo Qishan. Mo brother, let's go. As Anai Yang walked, she took off the white coat she was wearing, and Mo Qishan, walking beside her, naturally took it from her. Although it was already late into the night, the lights at the police station were still on. Mo Qishan provided the clues he had gathered to the police officer, who immediately interrogated Zuoling overnight. Zuoling had promised Wu Yun to take full responsibility himself. He absolutely wouldn't drag Wu Yun down with him. Besides, Wu Yun was just trying to help him. He couldn't betray Wu Yun. Zuoling refused to divulge the truth. Even though there was evidence that Wu Yun had met Zuoling before, It wasn't enough to prove that Wu Yangyun was the mastermind. Upon learning that Zhueling wouldn't tell the truth, Anew said, "Officer, can I meet Zhueling alone?" That's... The police officer hesitated, probably not allowed. Anew continued, "I have a way to make Zhueling confess the truth. I need to ask my superiors first." Anew nodded. That would be appreciated. Soon the officer who went to ask returned. "Anew, the superiors have approved your request. Please follow me." The police officer led Anew to the interrogation room. Anew sat opposite Zhueling. Seeing Anew, Zhueling's emotions surged. "Anew, you bitch. It's all your fault. It's because of you that I ended up in this mess." His life was ruined, and so was his future. Anew, however, didn't get angry, but instead was exceedingly calm. "Zhueling, you're hating the wrong person." "What?" Zhueling was taken aback. "I said, you're hating the wrong person. The real person who put you in this situation isn't me. It's Wu Yangyun. She's using you as a pawn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1150. Arrest Wu Yanyu _6. Using someone else as a weapon? Zhueling furrowed his brows. Anew continued, "Actually, the person who truly hates me is Wu Yangyun, but Wu Yangyun is afraid of facing legal consequences, so she shifted all the blame onto you, wanting to use you to make my life miserable." Zhueling roared, "Nonsense! It was clearly you. You are the one who harmed me." Anew gave a slight smile. "Zhueling, you're a university graduate after all. Please use your brain for a moment, okay? Think about it. You're here in the police station being interrogated, while Wu Yangyun is at home, sleeping soundly without a care in the world. Is that fair to you? Charges of kidnapping and attempted murder are very serious. You might end up paying with your life. Your parents are at home waiting for you to return. You are their only son. This matter clearly isn't just your fault alone. Why should you take the fall for someone else?" Upon hearing this, Zhueling's expression gradually began to relax. Anew pressed on, continuing to speak pointedly. "Zhueling, it seems you've wasted 4 years of college. You're not even as good as a high school student, being used by Wu Yangyun without even realizing it. Actually, you're just a pawn in Wu Yangyun's hand. She used you, and you are still foolishly defending her. Think about it. Are you being fair to your parents by doing this?" At this point, Anew suddenly lowered her voice and slowly said, "If you confess the mastermind with your circumstances, you definitely won't receive a heavy sentence." "Really?" Zhueling, as if grasping at the last straw, looked at Anew with hope-filled eyes. Anew stood up from her chair, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. "Whether you can seize this opportunity or not is up to you." After saying this, she turned and walked out without looking back. Outside the interrogation room, several police officers stood together. "Hey, do you think that girl really has a way to make Zhueling confess his accomplices?" "It's hard to say," another officer shook his head. "I don't think she looks all that influential. The records show she is 19 this year." Hearing this, another officer voiced his surprise. "Only 19 and already so capable? Her boyfriend is quite impressive too." He said in a lower voice, "I just heard our boss respectfully calling him Mr. M.O. Of course, isn't it obvious? Who casually has millions in cash to be just anybody?" Just then, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open from the inside. "Already out?" The officers were somewhat surprised, guessing that the negotiation probably failed. After all, Anew was only 19 this year. They couldn't pin all their hopes on her alone. At that moment, shouting emerged from inside the interrogation room. "Ill talk! Ill talk! Ill tell everything!" Hearing this, the police officers exchanged surprised glances, seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. "Did it work?" "Xiao, Xiaowang, let's go in quickly." Inside the interrogation room, Zhueling cried, repenting his actions and thoroughly confessed the whole sequence of events. The police officers arrived at the Wu family's house at just past 6 in the morning. The Wu family was still asleep. The person who opened the door was Yan Erju. Seeing a group of police officers standing outside, Yan Erju froze. "Police officers? Hello, may I ask if Wu Yangyun lives here?" Yan Erju nodded. Yes, I'm her mother. I'm from the Municipal Police Department. She is suspected in a case involving kidnapping and incitement to murder. This is an arrest warrant. Please have her come with us immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1151. Evil will be met with evil. What? Yen Erju's face turned pale, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. How could this be? Is she experiencing auditory hallucinations? It must be auditory hallucinations. No. My Xiaoyun would never do such a thing. Officer, you must have made a mistake. A mistake. The officer standing in front stepped forward again, took out his police badge and arrest warrant, and repeated what he had said before. Comrade Wu Yenyun is now suspected of being involved in a kidnapping case and inciting a murder case. Please do not obstruct our police work. Yen Erju staggered back several steps. A group of police officers entered one after another. In which room is Wu Yenyun? I'll go call her out. Yen Erju wiped the tears from her face. The leading officer looked back at two female officers behind him. You two follow her together. Okay. Wu Jinshu, hearing footsteps outside, opened his sleepy eyes and came out to see a group of police officers standing in the living room. Wu Jinshu was stunned. What's going on? Why are there so many police officers at our home so early in the morning? Officer, is there anything that brings you here? Hello, are you the head of this household, Comrade Wu Jinshu? Wu Jinshu nodded. Yes. The officer briefly explained Wu Yanyun's situation. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinshu was shocked. Murder? Kidnapping? My God! What has Wu Yenyun done? Wu Jinshu asked with a trembling voice. Officer, may I ask, who is the victim? Hearing this, the officer was somewhat angry. The victim is Anew. Little Anew? Wu Jinshu continued. Is her sister Anew? Aha! The officer nodded. It's over. What did Wu Yenyun say when Anew came last time to find her? She said she didn't know anything about little Anew. That little Aneyun's disappearance has nothing to do with her. Outside the room, Yen Erju knocked on the door for a long time before it opened. Wu Yenyun, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes and said, Mom, what's up so early? Before Yen Erju could speak, the female officer next to her continued, Wu Yenyun, right? We are from the Municipal Police Department. You are now suspected of a kidnapping case and inciting a murder case. Please come with us immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, cold handcuffs were clapped on Wu Yanyun's wrists. What? Wu Yanyun's sleepiness instantly vanished. She didn't do anything. Why are the police after her? Wu Yenyun struggled violently. No! I didn't do anything. What right do you have to arrest me? Two female officers, one from the left and one from the right, held Wu Yenyun. Behave. Our police handle cases based on evidence. We don't wrong a good person, nor do we let a bad person go. Mom, save me. Save me. I really didn't. I didn't do anything. Xiaoyun. Yen Erju immediately followed them. Walking into the living room, Wu Yenyun called out for Wu Jinshu to save her. Dad! I'm being wronged. Save me. I was at home all day yesterday. I have an alibi. Why would you arrest me? I'm being wronged. Dad! Get me a lawyer. You must get me out. Wu Yenyun cried and yelled. Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju followed them outside, watching helplessly as Wu Yenyun was taken into the police car. Not long after, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju also went to the police station, and Wu Jinshu even hired a costly lawyer. Hospital. Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui had been in the ward for a day and a night. But little Anew showed no signs of waking up. Shangguan Dehui said, Daya, go rest for a while. I'll watch over Yun here. I'll call you when she wakes up. Enai Tsuehua shook her head. I'm not sleepy. Little Anew still hadn't woken up, and Enai Tsuehua rubbed her temples. Just then, little Anew slowly opened her eyes on the hospital bed. She's awake. Shangguan Dehui's eyes lit up. Yunyun's awake. Daya, Yunyun's awake. Enai Tsuehua was also very excited. Yun, it's Mommy. Does it still hurt? Seeing her parents, little Aneyun's tears came down instantly. It doesn't hurt anymore. But I'm scared. Where did you guys go, Mom and Dad? I was so scared. Anew, who had barely held back her tears, now once again broke down. It's all Mommy's fault. Mommy didn't look after you well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1152. Evil will be met with evil. Little Anew saw her mom crying and felt panicked for a moment, sensibly saying, "Mom, don't cry anymore. Look, Dad isn't crying." "Okay, Mom won't cry." Little Anew continued, "Mom, where is my sister? And Sister Xiaoxia and Sister Adele? What about Big Brother? And my brother-in-law? They aren't here right now. They will come see you in a while. What about Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandma?" Little Anew asked again. Anew said, "They are at home." "What about my grandniece?" "Grandniece?" Anew was momentarily startled, then said, Duo is also at home." Little Anew sighed with relief. As long as they weren't taken away by the bad people, that's good. Hearing this, Anew's eyes reddened once more. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open from outside. Anew and Mochichan walked in holding fresh flowers. Seeing Anew, little Anew happily said, "Sister, brother-in-law, Yun is awake." Anew smiled as she walked over. "Does it still hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Little Anew shook his head. Anew reached out and touched little Anew's forehead. "If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you must let Dad, Mom, and Sister know, okay?" Little Anew obediently nodded his head. Mochichan placed the flowers at the bedside. "By the way, Uncle and Auntie, Zhuling has already confessed the mastermind behind it all." "Who is it?" Anew asked. Mochichan said, "It's Wu Yenyun." "Wu Yenyun?" Upon hearing these three words, Anew's blood froze. She couldn't believe that Wu Yenyun would do such a thing. "Xiaoma, are you joking with me? Is it really Yenyun?" Shangguan also felt somewhat surprised. How could it be Wu Yenyun? After all, she and little Anew were real sisters. Anew looked at Anew. "Mom, Brother Mo isn't joking. The person behind Zhuling is indeed Wu Yenyun. It was Wu Yenyun who caused Yun to end up like this." Anew was stunned. Anew turned her head to little Anew. Yun, tell sister, did Wu Yenyun come to find you yesterday morning?" Little Anew nodded. "Sister Yenyun came to find me. She even gave me a strawberry-flavored candy. After I ate that candy, I felt very sleepy, wanted to sleep, and when I woke up, I was next to that bad uncle. The bad uncle hit me and said he was going to kill me." Although little Anew was young, her thoughts were clear. Hearing this, Anew said with reddened eyes, "Oh my God! How could this happen? Yun is her little sister. How could she do this to Yun? Little Anew is her daughter. Wu Yenyun is also her daughter. They are real sisters. As the older sister, how could Wu Yenyun bear to harm little Anew? She can hate me and take it out on me. Yun is innocent. Why would she do this?" Anew continued, "Her mind has completely twisted now. We can't understand her actions using normal people's thinking." "Where is she now?" Anew asked. Anew said, "Having made a mistake, of course, she's at the police station being educated. For such actions, the minimum is life imprisonment." "What?" Anew was stunned again. Minimum life imprisonment? If sentenced more seriously, could it not be the death penalty? Just then, Elder Zhang, Mrs. Zhang, and Zhao Yu walked in from outside carrying a thermos. Hearing about Wu Yenyun, both elders wore sorrowful expressions, never imagining Wu Yenyun could turn out like this. Zhao Yu said, "This Wu Yenyun truly deserves to die. When she caused Duo's death, she should have been sent to prison. Otherwise little Yun wouldn't have suffered like this. Regrettably, killing a bird is simply not enough to land one in prison." "I knew it. When I bumped into her on the street last time, I should have slapped her more. It really infuriates me. She's simply not human." Police station. Because the crime committed by Wu Yenyun was so severe, the lawyer was somewhat helpless. Under current circumstances, Wu Yenyun is facing the death penalty. Wu Yenyun tightly held the hands of Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju. Dad, Mom, you must save me. I'm still so young. I don't want to be imprisoned, I don't want to die. Dad, Mom, please, you absolutely have to save me. She was only 18. Her life had just begun. How could she die? No. It cannot be. Yan Erju sobbed. You child, really too foolish. How could you treat Yunyun like this? Now that it's come to this, what can we do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1153. Evil will be met with evil. You deserve it. You just deserve it. Wu Jinshu scolded Wu Yenyun. You had a good life, but you chose to court death. Are you satisfied now? If Wu Yenyun had gotten along with Yang right from the start like Adele, without causing so much trouble, she would be even happier than Adele and little Yun now. It was all her own doing. Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this. I deserve to die. Please, please save me. Wu Jinshu sighed. If we had a way, would we just leave you to fend for yourself? Human life is at stake. What Wu Yenyun did was no small matter. Hearing this, Wu Yenyun cried even harder. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she continued. Go find Yang. Yang definitely has a way. I am her sister. Yang can't ignore me. Yang must save her. Just because she is Yang's sister, Yang has to save her. This is what Yang and the Ni family owe her. If it weren't for Yang, she wouldn't have ended up here today. It's all Yang's fault. Yang must atone. Yang can find a way? Is she a god? Does she have 3 heads and 6 arms? Wu Jinshu wrinkled his brows tightly. The lawyer next said, if we can get forgiveness from the victim and their family, the court might give a lighter sentence based on the circumstances. Really? Asked Wu Jinshu. The lawyer nodded. Mom, Dad, did you hear that? Yang can save me. She can save me. Hurry and find her. Wu Yenyun clung to this last straw like it was her lifeline. Yan Erju said, you almost killed Yunyun. Would Yang still care about this matter? You also said it was just almost. She's not dead, is she? She's not dead, so why should my life be sacrificed? Wu Yenyun argued. Yan Erju sighed and remained silent. Leaving the police station, the faces of Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju were filled with a grim expression. After all, it was Wu Yenyun who had made the mistake. Would Yang forgive Wu Yenyun? As parents, however, they couldn't just stand by and watch Wu Yenyun die. The couple decided to buy a bunch of nutritious gifts and went to the hospital to visit little Yun, and while there, try to plead with Yang. When they arrived at the hospital, Shangguan Shi and Cui Hua were accompanying little Yun in the ward. Shangguan Dehui had gone to buy little Yun's favorite candy. Yang's mom Xiaoxi, Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju stood somewhat awkwardly in the ward. Sister Erju, brother Jinshu. Cui Hua stood up from the sofa. Godfather, godmother, you've come. Shangguan Shi also followed Yang, calling Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju godparents. Yan Erju placed the nutritious gifts on the table and asked with concern, is Yunyun feeling any better? Cui Hua nodded. She had a major surgery last night, but she's much better now. Yan Erju continued, Yang's mom, I'm really sorry, it's our fault for not raising our child well. Xiaoyun knows her mistake now. She's only 18, still a child. Can you give her a chance to reform? Shangguan Shi found it difficult to speak and couldn't interject, but she felt Yan Erju was being somewhat selfish this time. Because of Wu Yenyun, little Yun almost died. If it weren't for Mo Kishin's extensive connections findings Ling in time, little Yun would already be dead. Quihua's eyes were very red, and she didn't know what to do. Both the palm and back of her hands were dear to her. Wu Yenyun is only 18 years old. Should she really just watch her daughter die? What should she do? Yan Erju tightly grasped Quihua's hand. Yang's mom, I beg you, Xiaoyun is also your child. I beg you to let her go just this once. 18 years ago, you already gave up on her once. Are you going to just watch her die this time? Xiaoyun is still a child. She was just confused for a moment. She really knows her mistake. Yun Yun is also still a child. Before the person arrived, their voice already reached. A crisp, clear voice sounded from outside the door. Yan Erju turned her head to look, only to see a slender, stern figure walking in, with a chiseled and expressionless face that still somehow conveyed a strong sense of distance. Yang. Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu stood up, looking towards Yang. Yang walked slowly inside. Wu Yenyun is already an adult, and she should pay the price for her actions. This matter can't be forgiven just because she says I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1154. Evil will be met with evil. In front of Yenyun lay a life. A living, breathing life. Who knows how anxious Yang was when Zhueling pressed the dagger against little Yun's neck. It was evident that Zhueling had murderous intent at that moment. Yang is no saint. She could not act as though nothing happened, and even less forgive Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun first killed Duo, and then little Yun. Yang couldn't imagine what other earth-shattering things Wu Yenyun would do next. Wu Yenyun is now a ticking time bomb. Yang can't possibly keep a bomb that might explode at any moment by her side. Erju wept inconsolably. Yang, she is your sister. Do you really want to watch her die like this? Yang, I'm begging you, please forgive her just this once. Erju had single-handedly raised Wu Yenyun. She couldn't bear to watch Wu Yenyun die. Yang turned to Erju. Do you think I haven't forgiven her enough times? Yang feels no remorse towards Wu Yenyun. Long ago, when she was saving Wu Yenyun, she already made it clear that their sisterly bond was severed, and Wu Yenyun's life and death no longer had anything to do with her. But she's your sister, Yang. Please forgive her just this once. I promise that Xiaoyun will never be like this again. Yang spoke calmly. If the person who was kidnapped wasn't Yun Yun, if the person who almost died wasn't Yun Yun, but your family's Erlong and Xiaolong instead, would you still be saying the same thing? Would you still speak of forgiveness so casually? As she spoke, Yang paused, then continued, I know my words may sound harsh, but that's the reality. If it were Erlong or Xiaolong lying in the hospital bed today, would you forgive Wu Yanyun's actions? Finishing her speech, Yang took a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Erju. This is the critical condition notice issued by the doctor before Yunyun's surgery. Please take a look. Erju took the critical condition notice with trembling hands. Yang, is there really no room for negotiation in this matter? Yang shook her head. The person hurt was Yun Yun. None of us can forgive on behalf of Yun Yun. Erju continued, but Xiaoyun is your sister after all. Your family already abandoned her once before. This time, can't you just let go and give back the life you owed her 18 years ago? After this, if Xiaoyun does anything wrong again, we definitely won't bother you. Our family no longer owes Wu Yenyun anything. I already gave her life back when she fell seriously ill 6 months ago. Once something begins, it can happen again and again. It seems that Erju has forgotten the incident from 6 months ago when Wu Yenyun was gravely ill and almost died. At that time, Yang had pitted her past grievances and stepped in to save her. Wu Yenyun wasn't just ungrateful after recovering. She even bit the hand that fed her. Yang didn't mind those things. She is a sister after all. She should have a forgiving heart. Afterward, Yang still respected Wu Jinshu and Erju as her godparents and helped their construction company, even giving them projects worth nearly 5 million from her office building. But now, Wu Yenyun had seriously endangered little Yun's life, and Yang couldn't continue to act like a saint and forgive her misdeeds. Impossible. During this time, Tsuehua always wanted to say something, but hearing Yang's words, she was lost for words. Because Yang was absolutely right. The person harmed was little Yun. The one who nearly died was little Yun. Wu Yenyun should pay for her actions. On the way here, Erju had thought of many potential outcomes but never expected that Yang would so heartlessly refuse to forgive Wu Yenyun just this once. They are blood sisters. Even if their bones break, the tendons still connect them. Yang's actions seemed somewhat too unkind. Jinshu consoled Erju. Forget it, this matter is indeed Yanyun's fault. She truly needs to face the consequences of her actions. Yang is right because Yenyun didn't harm our interests. That's why we could speak of forgiveness so easily. If today, it were Erlong or Xiaolong lying on that bed, we might not be as forgiving as Yenyun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1155. Evil will be met with evil. Wu Jinshu was very honest and also a very rational person. It was understandable that Anew was unwilling to forgive Wu Yenyun. Erju knew it made sense, yet she was still heartbroken, holding Jinshu and crying uncontrollably. That was her daughter, the daughter she had raised for 18 years. Back at the police station, separated by a glass, Wu Yenyun asked anxiously, "Did Anew already sign the forgiveness letter? When will they let me out? I hate it here. I want to go home. I want to take a shower." Life in prison was very hard, especially for a major suspect like Wu Yenyun. Erju, with tears streaming down her face, looked at Yenyun. "Yenyun, I'm sorry." Wu Yenyun couldn't believe it. Anew didn't agree to sign the forgiveness letter? Erju nodded her head. Wu Yenyun clasped her head with both hands. How could this be? Why didn't she sign? What right does she have not to sign? It's all her fault that I ended up like this today. If it hadn't been for Anew, she would never have come to this point. The 10-minute visitation time passed quickly, and Wu Yenyun was taken away by the prison guards. As she was leaving, Wu Yenyun didn't forget to shout, "Mom and Dad, you must go find Anew again. Make Anew save me. I don't want to die." Erju sobbed uncontrollably. In the hospital ward, Tsuehua looked at Anew. "Yang, will Yenyun be sentenced to death?" Anew nodded her head. Given the situation, she's likely to be sentenced to death. What Wu Yenyun had committed was no trivial matter. Will she really die? Tsuehua was after all the biological mother, and she could not remain indifferent. "Mom, are you going to sign the forgiveness letter?" Anew turned her gaze towards Tsuehua. Tsuehua paused. "Sign. Forgive." She also didn't know. Anew continued, "Mom, Wu Yenyun and my biological father and grandmother are all of the same kind. If you forgive her this time, not only will she not know remorse, but she may become even more outrageous. This time Yenyun was lucky to survive, but next time, it might be me who dies." What? Could it really turn out that way? Tsuehua looked at Anew in surprise. Anew smiled slightly. "Mom, don't think it's impossible. Do you know who Wu Yenyun hates the most right now? It's me. She always believes that I took everything from her." In fact, in her youth, Anew lived a life even harder than Wu Yenyun. But Wu Yenyun only saw what was shiny and beautiful in her. Tsuehua continued, Yang, don't worry, Mom has already made a mistake in a past life. I won't drag you down in the second half of my life." Things had reached this point, and all she could do was let things take their course. Forget it, just consider that she had never had this daughter. Anew nodded her head. "I'm really happy that you can think this way." Half a month later, the police station reported a result. Wu Yenyun was sentenced to death, to be executed in November. Upon seeing this result, Tsuehua ran to a place devoid of people and cried bitterly. In the following days, she seemed to have really forgotten this daughter. After Wu Yenyun was sentenced to death, Jinshu and Erju, the couple, felt they couldn't face Anew any longer. So they entrusted the project to another construction company and moved the entire family to Chongqing, which was thousands of kilometers away from Beijing. For some people, it's perhaps better not to see them ever again in a lifetime. The Wu family's relocation didn't affect Anew much. She lived every day according to plan. Thinking about developing her skincare line, she had spare time to work on the business of the noodle restaurant and the milk tea shop, and she also needed to take care of the national beauty and heavenly fragrance. She was truly too busy and didn't have the mental space to think about the Wu family's matters. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year, and in a few days, it would be New Year's Eve. Because tomorrow, Grandpa Du was leaving Beijing for Shanghai. So today, Mo Qishan and Anew brought Zhao Yu to see off Grandpa Du. Grandpa Du was still the same as always. Even in the bone-chilling cold, he was dressed in a plain cloth robe, elegant like a schoolteacher, such that no one could peer into the ruthlessness and darkness at the bottom of his heart. "Will Brother Du come back to Beijing next year?" Anew asked. Grandpa Du smiled. "Maybe not anymore." Beijing was actually a grave for Grandpa Du, a grave that buried the not yet dead. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. Therefore he wanted to stay far from here, far from Beijing. Out of sight, out of mind. When the heart is undisturbed, emotions fade away. And my senior brother? Will he go to Shanghai with you? Anew asked next. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1156. Evil will be met with evil. Grandpa Du twirled his Buddha beads. Zeke is not young anymore. He will stay by his parents' side to fulfill his filial duties in the future. Really? Anew was quite surprised. Grandpa Du nodded slightly. Anew continued. Then my master and mistress must be very happy. If my senior brother conveniently finds a partner and gives my master and mistress a grandchild, they would certainly be even happier. As one gets older, there are only so few wishes left. Xianxia was somewhat reluctant to let Grandpa Du leave. These days, she had grown accustomed to his presence. If Grandpa Du were to leave, who would she chat with when she got bored? If she craved sweets, who would give them to her unconditionally? Xianxia seemed to have envisioned her bleak future already. Are you really going to leave? Xianxia looked up at Grandpa Du. Grandpa Du nodded slightly. Beijing is just a place for me to avoid disaster. Shanghai is my home. Originally, he came to Beijing to escape calamity. Grandpa Du still remembered the highly accomplished monk who said he would avoid a disaster in Beijing and meet a benefactor of his lifetime. Now it seems, the monk's words were not false. He did indeed meet a benefactor of his lifetime in Beijing. It's just a pity that the timing was not right. Xianxia then said, then you can also settle down in Beijing for a long time. You've been living quite well in Beijing, haven't you? You're not suffering from any discomfort, and Beijing has your favorite national beauty flowers. Shanghai doesn't have national beauty. Still twirling his Buddha beads, Grandpa Du replied, it's just a craving of the tongue. He never coveted such cravings. He just couldn't forget that one night in the deep forest when he had his first bite of roasted chicken leg, the first grilled fish. People are bound to have their sentimental attachments, not related to the wind and the moon. Many years ago, when he read this poem, he just smiled and passed it by, even somewhat unable to understand what being sentimentally attached meant. Thinking about it now, the ridiculous one was him. Xianxia seemed to think of something, somewhat incredulous. You're not really going to become a monk, are you? Don't worry, not for the time being. Grandpa Du spoke with a light tone. Not for the time being? Xianxia frowned slightly. What does not for the time being mean? Does that mean you will in the future? Grandpa Du looked out the window. Under the sprawling snowflakes, a plum tree blossomed vigorously, red and white intermingling, exceptionally eye-catching, just like the startling first glance upon their first meeting. Maybe, he said slowly. Xianxia sighed. What's so good about becoming a monk? You can't even eat meat, nor can you drink. Little jerk, don't be discouraged. In her haste, Xianxia couldn't help but blurt out this nickname again, and by the time she realized it, the words had been said, and she immediately covered her mouth. Fortunately, Grandpa Du didn't say much else. The next day, Mo Qishan drove Grandpa Du to the airport. Anew and Xianxia also went along. On the 27th of the 12th lunar month, Grandpa Du took the plane from Beijing, heading to Shanghai. Xianxia looked up at the large airplane roaring overhead, suddenly filled with emotion. Would she never see that jerk again? 3 days later, it was Chinese New Year's Eve. Jonathan and Luana were celebrating the New Year in China for the first time. The festive atmosphere in China was thick, quite different from the New Year in M country. At this moment, a few elders were gathered together cutting window decorations, preparing to paste couplets, and outside the window, the snow floated down. Inside, there was jubilation. Although the Ni family had married off a daughter this year, with the addition of Adele and her grandparents, the household was as lively as ever. Anew, holding a writing brush, was coming down the stairs when there came a knock at the door. Anew ran to open the door. As the door opened, she saw a tall and jade-like figure. Looking up, the seductive Adam's apple, the exquisite jawline. It was Mo Qishan. Brother Mo, how come you're here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.